Now for the maize and cassava. Now let me ask you this question. Within yesterday, within talking on planting only maize, planting only cassava, and planting both maize and what? Cassava. Now if I may ask you, among the three options I gave you, which of these one will give me high profit and why? Out of planting only maize, only cassava, or when you combine maize and cassava, which one will give me more profit after you must have done all your agricultural practices? So what will give you, if you know the answer, I'm going to hand and stand up. So which of these will give me high profit? Stand up now if you know the answer. I need response. Come on, I need response. Or should I point to anybody? Now, please listen. So please not answer that question. I said, from what I taught you yesterday, I mentioned planting only cassava, maize, and when you combine maize and cassava, which of these three options will give me a high profit? Which of these three options will you prefer? And what will give me the highest output from it or profit from it?
No idea.
Now what I mean is that when you plant only maize, when you plant only cassava, or when you combine maize and cassava, which of these one will give me a very high return? Which of these three? And why? Why not? When you plant cassava, why do you choose cassava?
Planting them separate.
Huh?
Planting them separate. Not mixed.
I know. You said only cassava. Why do you choose only cassava? Why do you choose only cassava? Eh? When someone should answer. All these things are very, very important. You have to know why you are planting it. If you are planting only maize, why are you planting it? Only cassava, or when you combine it? What will give you the highest return? You must know it as a farmer.
Incorporating cassava into maize farm to give you
High return.
high return, yes.
Why?
Because we are making use of two crop on the same plot of land, then the cost of maintenance will reduce.
Okay. Now, let me ask you another question. Now, for the cassava now, will I get my optimal yield from that cassava when I combine maize and cassava? Will I get optimal yield from cassava?
If you follow the proper maintenance, maybe within beside all the necessary maintenance, you can get your requested yield. Or if you didn't maintain the farm very well, get the results as you expected.
Now, do you agree with me?
6 again.
No, I'm not. Now, let me fast.
Good morning, colleagues.
Yeah.
There are two options that I will choose, and it depends on the kind of farmer I am. If I'm a subsistence farmer, or I'm dealing with small land size, I will do cassava and maize together, so that I'll be able to pay my workers and get food within the planting season. But if I'm a commercial farmer, I'll stick to maize alone. With that, I'll be able to maximize the use of land and also get a good high yield. And also looking at the cost, I mean the harvest and the probable price after harvest. Maize can be preserved if the market of the commodity, the price of commodities in the market at the time of harvest, if there is problem with the prices, maize can still be preserved and stored. And also after a number of months or after some time, the price might have gone up again, then I'll be able to sell it. That is not usually so for cassava, as we are seeing in the current market trend. So that's it.
Now, do we agree with it? Or do we have any contrary opinion?
I prefer a combination of maize and cassava. There's in agriculture, there's what we call risk shifting in agriculture. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
At times when you plant maize, there may be outbreak, maybe drought or fire break. So if something happens to the maize, you can still fall back to the cassava. And apart from that, if you add value after you harvest your maize, you can add value to it. You are getting income from that, and the maize will still, the cassava will still continue its lifespan after you have harvested your corn, and you still get dividend from maize. The Bible will say, "Ajá kì í ṣọdẹ kan, òjìlì ni ìṣọ́jú ní méjì, ó má padà lóko." This time can benefit from both sources.
Let me start.
In my own opinion, you all are just look like farmer. For me, business minded and I really sharp. I will go for the maize because within 3 months, I've gotten my money. I'll do another one. Go far.
Now, in my own opinion, everybody is right. Going for only maize, going for only cassava, or you combine maize and cassava. When the bottom line is that you must do the right thing at the right time. If you plant both maize and cassava, I know do the normal procedure is failure. When you don't take the right step, you are and you don't give the business result. So everything you are doing, both monocropping or mixed cropping, you must go for the right material, as I told you yesterday. Apart from that, going for mixed only monocropping, the high risk right now is the one, the risk is high. But at the long run, if you can overcome the risk, you get more output from it. That's for monocropping. When there's no competition from energy, there's no competition. And there's only there are some chemicals that you buy that can work for only maize, only cassava. But when you combine maize and cassava, what will happen? Can you use that chemical? Can you use that chemical? Eh? We are farmers now. When you combine maize and cassava, now there are some chemicals and you can apply in maize. Now you have to be very careful if you are applying, if you use plant both maize and cassava. So that's what we are saying. Everything has advantage and everything has what? Disadvantage. It's not left for the farmer to decide either to go for monocropping or mixed farming. But each one of them have their own advantage and disadvantage. And the risk is there. Though monocropping is high, the risk is high. But for the mixed farming, the risk is what? Low. Do you have any questions? I need response now. Please, do you have any questions? Let's ask now. We are here to learn. Please, we are here to learn. Whenever you are not sure, ask. We're all learning. I'm learning. We're all learning. Yeah. Yeah. Not all is technical. Not all. No, not all. Not, yeah. Not all is technical. There are some that you apply, you affect. There are some that won't affect. Now, can we move forward? Can we move forward? Now let's go to today's topic. Today we are talking about rights. Every household in Nigeria will consume rights. Yes or no? Who said no? At least every week with what is right, every week. Who said no? Eh? Most people consume rice in Nigeria. Virtually every household will eat rice in Nigeria, virtually. And even among our children, they like rice more than any other food. So rice is very, very important in Nigeria today. Having said that, we are producing rice, yes or no? Are we not producing rice in Nigeria? Yes or no? Somebody said partially. Are you sure? Okay. For instance now, for instance, in another part of Nigeria, they are the highest producer of what? Rice in Nigeria today. But in the southern part of Nigeria, the rice production is lower compared to what? The north. So what am I saying? Rice production is common in Nigeria, but it's common to the north than what? Than the south. Then why? Why is it so? Why is it so? Now we are eating rice in the south, but we are not producing rice. But people in the north are not producing rice. There are so many factors to it. So who can answer me? Who can say, why is it so? I'm asking you now. Why is it that the south, the rice production in the south is lower than the north? Why? Why is it so? No, what comment? Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay? Please, I know. Mine. Please listen, no. Please listen to him. Please listen to him.
Good morning, class. During last regime, former President Buhari, the farmer that produces rice is favored during by conjunction with central bank. They call it anchor borrower. So much farmers that did not benefit from this project than south, and it gives them a lot of profit.
No, are we not the same Nigeria? We are saying someone is benefiting more than the other one. We're all the same Nigerian. Have you been to the bank and asked for loan and they won't give you? Have you been to the bank to request for loan and they won't give you? Eh? Okay. Okay, yeah.
In the northern part, they are fully engaged in agricultural activities than most of us in the southwest and other places. And if you look at the distribution of Nigeria, most of the northerners, they are not usually engaged in educational activities like the southerners. If you look for scholars, you find more scholars here. It's just because that when the colonial rule came to Nigeria, they hand over Nigeria to the northerners. So they are always engaged in agricultural, mining, illegal mining, and some other things than the south.
Now, do we agree with him? Do we agree with him? I'm asking you, do we agree with him?
Sir, if you want us to be looking at the politics around agriculture in Nigeria, we will not live here today. Let us leave the status quo. We change. It is our people that are selling us out. Not that we can access funds, but we won't be able to access it. So a northerner can just walk into a registered farmer in the north and have access to whatever he or she wants to use. He will surely get it. But here, it is not the same. But if you have to answer the question, if you look at the land type and the vegetation type in the north favors the production of cereals and grains compared to the ones we have in the southwest. Here we are predominantly tuber growers and cash crops. So the type of vegetation here favors those kind of crops, while the vegetation in the north favors the production of cereals and then grains.
Now, you are right. But farming has gone beyond. Some areas can do tuber crop. Some areas are good for other crop. Farming has gone beyond it. Now we have discussions in the southwest. Are you aware of it? And those discussions have done a lot of work on how to improve on our rice production, on our meat production, on all these crops. So that should not be an excuse for me and you not to say, I won't grow rice. Why? Because we are tuber producing area in. There are some parts of your state that when you go there, it's just like in the north. Now you go to your north. Your north. They have a similar thing like Kwara. When you move down to down part of Oyo State, it's more like a rainforest area. Why are we not going there? That's the question. Why are we not going down there to do our farming? So, what am I saying is that we should not give excuse. Experience is what is affecting us in the south. And not only that, information. We need to go for information. What are those things that have been done now when I apply it, we improve on my production. That's why we should go for all this training now. That is everywhere. Information is there that there are some varieties of maize, of rice. Now when you plant in the rainforest, it will do well. Information are there. But do you have that information? No. So these are aspects that you look into. So no matter what, the north, we have issue of vanity here now. Farmers are no more going to the farm. So must we depend on them in the north for our food? No. For us to survive, we need to think outside the box. What must we do to salvage this issue. That's why we should go for that information. Now, Nigeria is changing. Things are different from what we need to know. And population is increasing day by day. Yes or no? Are we not increasing? Every day, we are giving birth. Every day. And we must eat. But we depend on importation. No. So that's why today, I will tell you some things I need to know. What about this rice production? And how it affects us in the south. Now, coming to the rice itself, it has so many uses, it has so many importance, so many uses of rice, so many. Now, who can tell me one of the uses of rice? What do you use rice for? Somebody said tuwo. Eh? Which type of tuwo now? Okay, what is it? Eh? Human consumption. Now all these things are the importance of rice. But there's one aspect I want to look into. Now, are you aware that we use rice for biofuel? For ethanol production. That's biofuel. Are you aware of it? Rice is used for what? Biofuel. Are you seeing it now? So, rice has gone beyond eating alone. Industries are going and utilizing rice for biofuel. And not only that, every part of rice is very useful. That's the rice, the back of rice. Now the rice brown. Are you aware of that? They're using it for make plastic. Yeah. Plastic, no, it's renewable plastic. Industries are now improving on how to make use of the raw material that we have in rice. So every part of rice is being utilized now for different uses. So it's not only for food alone. So what you produce rice, apart from animals, even pharmaceutical companies, they use rice. So all these things are important of rice. You should know that rice is very important, not only for food consumption, but also for other raw materials. Now before we go move further, do you have any questions? Or I should ask my question? Eh? Should I ask question or I'll ask my question later? Not now, later. Now going to the land. The land we use for rice production. Initially, some people are saying that in the southwest, it's meant for tuber. Our land is meant for tuber production. In the north, it's meant for cereal production. What's that? That impression, we should remove it from the back of our mind. We can grow rice in the southwest. We can grow it in the southwest. But we need to know how we do it and where we can go for it. The land is very, very important. If we want maximum production, we have a particular land now we go for. Now, there are two types of land. It depends on your location and what money you have available for you. We have a low land, or we call it Padama land. Here more Padama land. Now, what do you know Fadama land? Now, let me ask you. No, Fadama. No, Fadama. Fadama. In a floor. Now I water level. That land is good for rice production. Now, if I may ask you, is there no Fadama land in Oyo State? Eh? So many are in their floor. But why are they wasting? Why are they not wasting? What are we doing about it? Why are they not wasting? So it means that we are not utilizing our resources. Yeah.
Because in the southwest, it costs more to clear land as compared to the north. Take for instance, you want to clear 1 acre of land, it costs you nothing less than 100,000 in the southwest. But in the north, it's just less than 50,000 to clear 1 acre of land. So you can see, that was the reason why I said earlier that government policy and government in the south, they are not helping us at all. And access to funds, you don't have access to funds. The same way you don't have access to funds.
Well, you may be right. But money, I said you may be right, but it's not 100%. Sir, it's not 100%. It's not 100%. Now let me ask you one question. In your floor, do you think that tree crop can grow in that area? In your floor? Eh? So why are you now telling me that vegetation when in your floor? Am I right? In your floor. No, I'm asking. We are learning. Now, if you change in our movement, no, I'm asking, are you on? Eh? Now, no, you mentioned something now. Now, I'm not asking you, telling you that it is not in all scenarios. It is not in all scenarios. In a minimal clearing. You know what you do in that area, minimally. In moment then apple. So why is it? Yes.
We went to Alabama land yesterday. When we got there, I think we met about 6 to clearing the land. That land alone, I don't can clear the land. It's just normal land. But because it's the Alabama land, it requires more energy to clear the land.
Sir, I think one of the problems we face in the Southwest here is that we talk a lot and we don't practicalize. And in fact, we don't face the reality. You see, farming has gone beyond I love farming. Just say, I just love farming. If you don't have access to materials, money, you just be doing subsistence farming on 30 acres farm. You think that, at the end of the day, you see what you are going to realize will not be more than what you call subsistence farming. If you really want to, all these things we'll be talking about, you can imagine someone that lost. You said the other time that we give excuse. We don't give excuse. There are people that naturally they love to farm. Majority of us here are not farmers. We are not agricultural students. We love farming. We want to do it, and that's why we've been trying. But in the real sense of for us to be able to break the things, you need access to capitals, access to machinery that will easily make your work lovable and very easy to do. And these are the things that the Northerners have access to. It's not even the issue of grant. In their local government, you see tractors, plow, everything available for them. Their land is not as bulky as our own here. but yet they still have access to all these machineries that will make life and tillage very, very easy for them. And even when they plant, the government will still come to their aid to assist them to mobilize for sale and to organize them. But are we benefiting same here? All we just do is just bring it theories and meteorizing and meteorizing. At the end of the day, we say, and depend. We will keep depending. That's just the reality.
Yeah.
You keep depending.
That's a very good. Please listen. Please listen. Now, well, your opinion is valid. Your opinion is valid. But, sir, please listen. But, sir, what I said yesterday about having a cooperative in the north, I'm from Kwara State. I've spent many years of my life in the north. So I can tell you what I know. What they do mostly in the north is farming cooperative. It's very, very strong in the north than in the south. Farming cooperative. And not farming cooperative, they own their government they own them to their neck to do everything for them. You find that if among these cooperative, they have big men among them. They bring all the local, bring everyone together. And they go buy tractors, and every one of them will make use of the tractor. And they will pay a small token for it, cooperative farming. That's the way we should move forward. We can't do it alone. I mentioned it yesterday. Doing it alone, it will cost more money. So that aspect, if we explore that area of coming together as one to make our demand, government will answer us. When you go alone, they won't answer you. They won't answer you.
Sir, sorry to cut you short. You see, that assumption, like I said, is just the theory. The real situation is that, okay, let me give you an example. This is the second time of, some years ago, the first year of this, I don't want to mention it. Federal government released funds for farmers during the last tenure of Wari. Yes, they released funds. Our farmers go in the north. When it got to our information, got down here, they said it should come like cooperative. We have existing cooperatives. We form new cooperatives. We form. We do this. We do that. We went for capturing. We go to BOA. We went to BOA. At the end of the day, story done. They said some people have accessed the fund and they are using the fund that are meant to be used by farmers. And the one you cited as the northerners, that has been their style from time immemorial. The government will play a vital role in assisting the farmer because they also need.
Wait, it's not only the government anymore.
Yes, individuals are doing it. Individuals are doing it. But in one way or the ones that are the machineries that are available in their local government, it's not individually owned, it's not the privately owned one. They are owned by government and farmers can access it, whether single-handedly or in cooperative. But here, can we go to which local government is very close to us here? Do they have tractors here? Plows here? Even you go to yard and see, you see machines that are money content, they are not doing anything. Okay. So, is it the farmers that go and repair it? Okay. And they want us to go and farm. Everybody go to farm.
Okay.
So easy.
Now let's move forward. There's no point of argument. But let's put at the back of our mind that in the Southwest, our leaders are not trying. Our leaders, when it comes to agriculture, they are not doing anything. Now, I know. Well, that's not understanding. We ourselves, we should hold them accountable. Now let's move on. Now let's move on. No more time. Now we don't have enough time. Now the variety now. That's about the land. I know, please. That's about the land, the type of land. One is in Akuro. The other one is upland right. Now if you have access to in Akuro, you can go for what? Upland. Now this upland is when there is rain. When there is rain, you can plant your rice, even without in Akuro. But the difference is that right now we plant in Akuro. Have higher yield than one we plant on the intermediate, meaning only the rain. So that's the difference. One can plant in both areas, both in Akuro or normal land, but when there is rain. And we have different varieties that we have used for planting. One of the most common one is Faro 44. That one is one of the best. And it's per hectare. They have like 5 tons, minimum 5 tons per hectare. That's the minimum. 5 tons per hectare for Faro 44. Once you follow your normal environmental practice, you can do more than that. But you can get minimum 5 tons. And when you convert 5 tons, how many bags of rice is that one? How many bags of rice? For 5 tons? Huh? 5 tons. 5 tons of meat, of rice. 100 bags of rice. 30 rice, not the normal rice. 30 rice. 30 rice. Before you remove the rice, you have 100 bags. We have another one, Faro 52, 51, wow. So many of them. So many varieties. But Faro 44 does very well in Akuro, or the Panama land, Ocean and Amnet. So not all the varieties do well in under the rain fed. So not all the varieties do well. Some do well in Akuro. Why? Because what they do mean, the water they need is more compared to the rain fed. So you have that at the back of our mind. Now not all the rice we buy. Some are good for in Akuro. Some are not. Some are meant for rain fed. So before you buy anything, you must get that information. Go for that information and buy it. And we have so many human arrangements. But mostly, if you go to establish source to buy your variety, and they'll tell you which one is available. Now coming to the land preparation. Now, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? Ask questions. Now come to the land preparation. The land clearing in the southwest is more expensive as you have said to clear land compared to the north. So even though it will affect the cost of production, but for a commercial farm, what the minimum size of land can be revenue? I'm asking you now. For commercial farming, what the minimum land you can start with? I'm asking. When commercial, hearing a lot into business of right to nothing. Huh?
1 hectare.
Someone can find, someone can 2. Someone can find 2, 1. Huh? 2. Now for a commercial farmer, you must have a plan. A road was not built in one day. As I have said, you must sit down, count your costs. Can I do 5 hectares this year? If the answer is no, don't go for it. But if you can do 1 hectare, 2 hectares, you can start from low to high district. What am I telling you is that even as low as 1 hectare, you can start your commercial maize farm. And from that 1 hectare, you can now move toward 2, 3, 4, and keep improving every year. Don't start from high. At the end of the day, if anything happens, not from me. So start from somewhere. Once you start from somewhere, when I get from it, improve on it. Now coming to the land preparation. The normal land preparation we know. In our brain, the normal, huh? Please listen. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. I've not been there. Well, I've not been there. Normally, Apuro is a land that have high water, high water, the clay content, clay is very high, and mean 20% of clay content. So that clay content can retain water. So when you go there, your feet, once you go inside the land, your feet will go down. Those areas are in their floor. Why? Because the clay content is very, very high compared to the normal land. So when you see that area, know that in their floor, but the whole year some areas are higher than some areas. So there are different levels of clay, some up higher, some up lower. But for the right farm, at least go for one that has 20% clay content. And that's why you must do your soil analysis. Every year, nothing left, and no war, because one in the year. It's very, very important. Your soil analysis is very important. Now, any more questions? Any more questions? Huh? Normal thing to prepare our land. You clear the land. What is it? Normal thing for land preparation. You clear, yeah? You clear, you plow. But in rice farming, in rice production, only from here, it's a bit different. Only from the one in maize production. How? What was it? Please listen. It's very, very important. In the lab preparation for rice, it's different from the one for other one. And how is it different? I will tell you. Normally, when you clear your land, when you play on land, the next thing that you do, you mostly write this thing, mostly for enough more. After playing the land, we have a machine. I'm up in power thinner. You know power thinner? Power thinner. I don't know power thinner. Who have seen it before? Who have seen in my power thinner machine? I don't know. Yeah. Now, the power thinner machine, when I'm not plumping right, we use it for the lab preparation. We call it poisoning. In the year, what it does is that normally the mixture for war in a floor. Are you aware of it? Eh? So the only way we can plow our land, apart from manual, there must be no war, is using power thinner. I mean, power thinner machine. And if you don't know or you want to control, or one and control. Now this machine, if you are buying one, it costs close to 1.4 million naira. And in the north, common man, very common in the north. Now what they do mostly is that somebody clean there, so now machine take it there. In the afternoon, I'll get to I'll roll it, just like I'm a poultry, I'm a breaking, I'll get to in there more. I'm in there more, just like your ramen, your poultry, I'll break it up, I'm a room, just like that. But the machine was from here. I share everywhere in my friend. That's what you do. That machine is a breakthrough for farmers. One night before, farmers will work. That is shady up more. But when you do now, within 1 hour, expiry, or 2 hours, expiry, 2 expiry 1 hectare. If you are very fast. Machine was very fast, but it costs money. When you work, but if you are doing it, you must be renting. I don't know where one in the area, I don't know where one in Oyo State. 20 and not Oyo State. Now, 20 machine and not Oyo State. Now, now that machine, or if you know, now, hey, you can't do it now. Wow. Now that power machine, where you know, something that you like. The man, yeah, it's something that you, it's not shape. I mean, very accurate. And the man they know, it's what you get. It's right there, right, the right that you get. My fifth production. That is formally the man machine. I fifth production. And then when they control with political, out political yet, out no one. So in terms of lab preparation, the man machine, I'll control with. And then do I will take photo production. But I only get the machine. Go there and not build it. Who now, the machine, what you do, you do your whole thing. And level it. And okay, machine, I'm open no there, I'm not. Why did that level there? After you come in now, you level it. Oh, and you know what here. And no, not the level there. Now, do you have any questions? Any question? And okay, I didn't know. No, that's why we'll give you another. I think another. But the machine offline and in transport and in cloud environment offline was not in our floor. There's really different in my huh? Yes. Hello? Yeah, I'm not hearing you.
Swapping area, cane color. That the tackle between chains, like two meters.
When? When?
Please let me try to balance something here. He is actually talking his age. But that machine is not common in Nigeria. If it is available at all, I doubt it. But here I want to correct is this. At least where I've done a rice farm in swamp area, there is certain operation we follow. We prepare the land at the onset of the rainy season, maybe at first rain. When we are talking of a swampy rice farm and an upland rice, it's not common in the south, in the west, but in the east and in the north, we have a lot of that. It was mentioning climate change the other time. They are having more swampy land in the north even than in our area. At least I operate like about 500 hectare swampy rice farm. So, thereby, by March, tractor must enter the farm. Even when there is no rain at all, we prepare the land. So, by May, at the onset of rain, we do the harrowing, we prepare the land smooth, then we pulverize the land ready for sowing. Anyway, depending on the method of the planting we want to use, either drilling method or deepling or broadcast. So, once there is a sufficient rain, we plant the rice with any method we want to use. Permit me to say this, the most productive or the most yielding method of planting for rice is a transplanting, whereby you develop, first raise your rice seedling in the nursery before you transplant it. But let's look at the scale sense of it, whereby you want to transplant 500 hectares. Where you get able to do that for you. Though there is a rice transplanter, we have the machine in Nigeria, I'm not sure. So, you may go either way. If you are going on commercial, you have to acquire the appropriate machine. As he was saying, for somebody that is going for up to 900 hectares of a rice farm, so the person is supposed to acquire the kind of tractor he was talking about or adopt the system he used. I think that is clear enough. So, and for people that they are from either North Central or Far North, what we call Aburo here is what they call Madama over there. So they have plenty of it in the north. Their Madama, they share the same similar characteristics, but our swamp here is always, permit me to still use the word swampy. It's always muddy. But their swamp, their Madama over there, which is equivalent of our Aburo, by this time everywhere is dry. At the same time, caked. So the type of disc plow that the tractor uses over there is different from the type of disc plow. The type of plow we use down here, we use disc plow here. Over there, they use a board plow. So for some of us that we have the opportunity to partake in the mechanized agriculture training, maybe by then you will learn about the farm machinery. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me add in addition. Now, in addition to what I been saying, Now, as a farmer, what we do mostly is not minimize cost and what? Not to minimize cost, and at the same time, maximize more profit. Mostly in the north, as you have said, that at the dry season, that's when you do your lab preparation on your own. Take the lab, transfer from the Panama land. But even at that, even after doing that one, during the rainy season, you have to work. You cannot use tractor inside that place when it gets to the rainy season. So you have to know that now it's a change of production. That when it's rain and you want to do your thing, it's more preferable to have a power tiller or any other machine. The another thing, in the north, people use animal traction. Apart from even the power tiller, they use animal traction. Manure, one big manure. Who have seen it before? Animal traction. One day it's made with manure and you're pushing the cow. So they do it in the north. So these are other ways that we can do in our floor. Then after we have done the pumping, so it's not about time. Now after we have done the lab preparation, there's something very important. I must say bond and channeling. Bonding. In our floor, we do what? Bonding. Now this bonding is just like we are doing embankment in it. Just like in our floor here, I'm dividing it. So we do it in embankment. I'm creating bond. You must do that bond. Without doing that bond, what will happen? I'm waste. So you might run. What will happen? You will run off. In the end, so what the ball will do, the ball is there to protect water from leaving the rice farm. And we do it in that dimension. I'm going to 10 meters by 10 meters by me. 10 meters by 10 meters. Or if I use 20 meters by 50 meters. So it depends on what you want. Now you want hectare of land. Come on, 10 meters by 10 meters. So how many bonds are in 1 hectare of land? How many bonds can we get in 1 hectare of land? Come on, dimension of 10 meters by 10 meters. So only the rice, when we are planting that rice, it's in 1 hectare of land. We are planting rice in 100 places. And then so you divide the land into 100 places. This dimension is very, very important. If you don't do that bonding, water will leave the farm. And what water leaves the farm, linear flow, the rice will be affected. So it is very normal, it is very important aspect that we do, thing that we do in Panama land. And in the side beginning, minimum 1 meter. The bond, embankment here is mostly 1 meter, minimum 1 meter. It may not. If I you are married. So if you don't do that bond, more than how will you not work inside the farm? So that is the purpose of the bond. Apart from ultra for me, Ojo the one here, that's when we normally work. So for every Panama land that we are doing, there must be a bond inside it, and we have different dimensions. Now, do you have any questions? Any questions? Ask. Ask now. Look at that. Now, coming to the planting this thing. Initially, I said we have different varieties of rice. We have found 44 different varieties. The might be more. If we select one we want to plant, the next thing we do is what? What the next thing I do? After buying the seed, what the next thing I do? I'm asking you. Now, we call something pre-germination. Pre-germination is very important. Why? Because the man plants them directly. The seed, not all of them may come out. Yes or no? Yes or no? So that's why we pre-germinate our rice. I will soak it in water for how many hours? 24 to what? How many hours? At times 24 hours. The man soak it. The next thing we need for 1 or 2 days without water. Then what will happen? What will happen? What will happen? Naturally. I'll germinate. It will germinate. Now, coming to the nursery now. What will germinate here is what we will now plant in the nursery. The nursery. Now plant it all. In the nursery. What's the next thing? How many days will it take from planting to germination, to transplanting? How many days in the nursery? I'm asking you. No, in the nursery now. Normally, in the nursery, you might do 21 or 30 days before we now transplant. Now, coming to the hectare of land. Now, in the number of what quantity of seed would I need to cover 1 hectare of land for rice? Every plant will only number of seeds for man know. But for rice, who can tell me the quantity of seed that I need to plant 1 hectare of land in the rice farm? Huh? Normally, not about time. Normally, minimum is what? Is 60 to what? 80 kg. Depending on what? The variety. We buy them and we now raise them in nursery. Now coming to the upland rice. Which are you preferring to plant directly or to use transplanted material for the upland rice? Which one is better? Which one is better? In upland, now for the lowland in Afro, I think transplanting is the best. But in upland, we have 2 options now. Either you transplant or you plant directly. Which one is more better? Direct sowing. And why? I'm asking you, why? Why? Now, in my own, please listen. It's 2 ways now. When there is rain, I transplant, I do your transplanting in upland rice. If there is rain, now we normally advise that you plant your upland rice during the rainy season. That's our advice. So when there is rain, I plant your upland rice. That will not be a problem. you give me the maximum result. But if there's no rain, I agree on transplanting in upland right, what will happen? What will happen? I'm asking what will happen? And you lose your planting material. So we advise farmers is that plant your rice, especially your upland rice, during what? The rainy season. So that when you have your nursery seed or seedling, you can also transplant, and it's faster. When you are going directly, how many days will it take to germinate on the seed? How many days? We're all farmers, how many days? I know, but we have planted something before. How many days will it take? Are you sure? Are you sure? Normally, it takes minimum 7, 10, 14 days, depending on what? Depending on the weather and the rain. And even the seed, if you buy a seed that is not viable, it won't germinate now. So all these factors are very important. Now let's go start some of our time. In fertilizer, we have for 1 acre of land, most upland and lowland, 4 bags of NPK. Is what we apply. We apply it. Now how do you apply fertilizer to ilya floor? How do you apply it? Eh? Folia. Everything that you are buying, it is folia. It is not folia now. Though farmers of nowadays, they are now going to folia of folia or fertilizer in the moment, or folia fertilizer, and it's cheaper. But for this training now, right? Some of them know normal NPK. How many bags? 4 bags for 1 acre. Now in our floor, how do we apply it? Broadcasting method is very good. But on one condition, I'm afraid, if you are not very careful, once you apply your fertilizer on the bulb, you can even burn your rice if you are not very careful. Why? Because in our mini. So if you are applying it, number one, only for fertilizer, apart from that, if you are not very careful, only affect the young in a cheap way. And if you have so all these things are very, all these caution we can take before we apply the fertilizer. So normally, what we advise is that before we apply the fertilizer, and drain only here, we drain the water. We drain the water before we apply in a swampy rice farm new. MOP, I said initially, we do burn the amount charcoal to rice then. And now we want to apply fertilizer. So if you know you need the water, before you apply the fertilizer, you might need set. And that's what we advise. Before you apply the fertilizer, drain the water so that everywhere will dry. They apply it and leave for a while before you shut the plate off. The only thing are precaution. Normal take the knee, swampy rice. Then in upland rice, you need to go here. Not normal broadcasting. And now and what in upland rice, don't apply it. This must not do. Don't apply fertilizer if there's no rain for some time. Why? Why is it so? In upland rice, why is it so? Why is it so? Who can answer me? Why is it so? Eh? Now, the reason is that in upland rice, fertilizer is a chemical, it's an acid. You apply it to the land. So if there's no water in the land, what will happen to the plant? It will draw up the water in the plant. And what will happen? Right now, about June. So that's why we advise farmers in upland rice. If before you apply your fertilizer, let there be rain. Rain. Not when not by tomorrow. After the rain, he never know me there. Apply it. And okay. Then for the weed control, ensure that you apply your normal chemical. Now there are chemicals that is meant for rice. For rice. And the rice for 2.0. Even rice for so different chemicals or plants will normally to rice, and they are made for rice, and they are selective. So once you apply to the rice, I'll control the broad leaf. I know the cost of labor is very high. So what we'll do is that we advise farmers go for what? Both pre-emergent and what? And selective herbicide. It's very, very important. To control weeds in rice farm is very, very difficult. Especially in swampy rice. And somebody in the chemical here, what will happen? What will happen to your rice farm? Weeds will take over. And it will affect your yield. So that's why we recommend selective herbicide. And the land preparation that you do will now determine if you apply pre-emergent. At times, there's no need to apply pre-emergent. Once you apply the normal, you do your normal land preparation. What you need to do, apply only systemic, selective work, herbicide. Then the next thing is what? Pest and diseases. What are the normal pests in rice farm? Yeah. Now this, I'll talk about two things now. Grass cutter and bird. These two animals, what they do on rice farm, the damage they do on rice farm, if you're not very careful as a farmer, will not make only affect the yield. And what are the when you grass cutter in the machine? At times we use combined integrated pest management. Now when you have a clean environment, please listen to know, when you maintain a clean environment and you have trap everywhere, any trap, and control grass cutter. Now you control them. You have control grass cutter. So you must have a trap. The man can observe what you want me for. Set trap. Also, make sure that your farm is clean. Maintain a clean farm. And also, be going there. Supervision. Yeah, now for grass cutter. There are times, no. I mean, man, you chemical net. One makes them one is asking for what? For no putting it. So all these things you want doing them. For what? Control grass cutter. Then our cleaner bed. Our here. Now, during your harvest, before the harvesting time, imagine your panic cook. Our here come out. They come in large number. We call them cleaner bed. Come out to one here. What they will do within 30 minutes, your farm, when you finish farming within 30 minutes, they come in large amount. And that's why our farmers, no machine, some of them, they will be in the farm for that 2 weeks. One farm here, they won't go home. Are you seeing it now? When somebody is learning my what would they? Or what they talk about. So farmers are very, very aware of what's going on. So apart from doing that, apart from saying that, I mean, support my work. I mean, the another thing, the modern thing of your mastermind in an established farm, Omani sound, open sound, Pariwo. Now, what this does is that I was in the one like animal, this bed, you know, like sound. Now, there's one machine, one develop, and once you have that machine, automatically, every 30 minutes, or what you set the time, maybe every 1 hour, I'm a Pariwo. Oh, that's I'll make you like animal. You'll be afraid. When last time you now only going there, man, 15 acres, and you come in 1 hour. So you need a more advanced technology. And one of them is that sound machine. Imagine only I'm a Pariwo. And the money Pariwo, even you, some are not talking men, only continue. The sound for the machine. Now, do you have any questions? Ask question. Then harvesting. Now, the joy of every farmer, is to what? To harvest. After you have done all your work, after like 3 or 4 months, you harvest the rice. And when the rice is dry, it must be yellow, it must be wood, only you can now harvest. And once you harvest, you can go for manual harvesting or a little machine. But everything that you do is what? We have combined harvester to harvest the rice. The rice, if you have 50 hectares, you go for what? Machine. Whatever you need to secure TVET, go for what? Manual harvesting. Then the next thing is what? A millet, a process right here. Now the processing. Now memory economy, party right, the party right now. The man in opinion, after you have removed the part in the right brand there. Now what in how many like in 5 tons now? The man in 5 tons. Which on that bag? The man in your opinion, right brand. How many raw rice will you make after you have removed the one? The rice brown. You have any idea? Now, in all fairness to farmers in the variety that you buy, all affect you. Now for variety, right? They are one. Because a long grain from a short. Now, the matter peanut, the long one we have more use than what the short one. Yes or no? The long grain have more use than what the shorter one. And that's why if we are going for it as a farmer, we need to understand that one. Improve most of our improved variety now we have, they are long grain. So if you buy them, after processing it, the grain that you have for me, at the end of the day, out of 30% of 30% of the shaft, or not contain shaft. 30% of it will not contain shaft. So we have how many percentage? How many percentage left? Well, most of the local varieties, they are short grain, you know. So at the end of the day, at the end of the day, for the mashup, they can't compete. So we advise farmers go for the best. Improve variety. Yeah? Okay? Now, calculating now. Out of, now I said, wait, I said in 1 hectare, you have 5 tons for sport, 5 tons of paddy rice, right? Now when you convert it to how many bags? 100 bags. 100 bags of paddy rice is what you harvest from 1 hectare. Now you remove 30% of it. So what will be in your result? So meaning, let's say 65 to 70 of bags. And then you are saying how much is 1 bag of rice? How much is 1 bag of rice? How much is 1 bag of rice now? How many? Okay. No. One now. Please listen. Please listen. Okay, it's enough. It's enough. Please, it's enough. My point, this is my point. When I write it, I've come down or I've gone up. Now, for that bag of rice, if I'm buying it for like 40,000 naira, calculate it now. How many, what's your profit? What's the money? What price, what's your cost? Eh? Now, can you spend up to that one? Can you spend up to? Are you sure? Wait. I think once you follow all the agricultural practice, you follow them very well, very well. Can you spend up to 2 million naira on all the input, the lab, and everything that you are doing? One hectare. Yeah? Yeah? Can you spend up to 2 million naira? And what's our amount? 2.8 million naira. And we cannot spend, we don't spend maybe 2 million naira. Maybe we spend 2 million naira. What's now our profit now? We need how many months? We need 3 to 4 months. No farmer. Now the summary of everything. Now the summary of what we are saying. Adopt the best practice. Upland rice, swampy rice. We have to go for the best. If you have money, and if you have swampy area around this area, go for upland rice. We have varieties that will do well in upland rice. go for it. More and more, I must do something right. Then the next thing, though somebody was complaining that in the Southwest, that there's no support. Well, I pray that God will help us in that aspect. But you must connect, you must go for work, you must go for support. And lastly, we can make money from rice. Rice production, there's money in it. There's money in rice production. And likewise, for every farmer. So, another this is a great time. Now, when we come back later, I want to give you, I want questions. Please ask me questions. Thank you. not free me away. So that thing is power. What you are doing now, you must have energy. So an operator will is one that will drive the power tiller. So even after buying it, you must have an operator. And there's how we can use it for the swampy ride. Are you seeing it now? Please listen. This one is a normal land. But what you put this one in the swampy land? Sorry for you. So you must, there's a method that we use in driving the power tiller in a swampy area. This man is relaxed. You can drain it now. When it comes to swampy area, you have to be very careful. That's by the way. Now, I need questions now. When you ask me a question, yes, on the right promotion, I need questions. Ask, or I'll give you a test. I'll give you a test now when you ask me a question. Ask me a question. Now the right promotion, what? Please, please listen.
That for the 44 that you made mention the other time.
Yeah.
You said it's good for the yield so much in the low land or that is Padama land.
Yeah.
Can it be planted during the rainy season at the period which the rain is high? What I mean by the period at which the rain is high is that the period at which you have every amount of rainfall. So can we bring forth this yield at that time?
Well, to my knowledge, I mentioned something earlier. I said we have two different varieties of rice. Yes or no? Now these varieties are developed for different purposes. Faro 44 is mainly developed for swampy area. As a farmer, you buy it and you plant it in upland area. You may not get the same result as when you plant in a swampy area. Not that you will not get results, but the aim of every farmer is to get multiple harvest. And you are getting below average, you need pay you. No, it's not paying you as a farmer. So we recommend that go for follow the normal practice and get the optimum result. We're not saying that we cannot plant it in upland area, but the water requirement for Faro 44 is different from other varieties. That water needs to be met. Once the water requirement is not met, you can't get the 5 tons result. So my advice is that go for the variety that will do well in upland area. We have varieties that will do well. And there are so many. Go for it. Don't try and dribble yourself. Go for the best. Or don't do try and error. You need not try and error. More questions?
So I want to know the procedure. Is it seed we are going to plant or
when you came late, so should I go back? I have limited time. Well, to be just summary, right production, in summary, right production is done in 2 ways, either in lowland or upland. I said it earlier, lowland or upland. In lowland, it's just like places that have more water, if another land. Lowland, it depends on what? Only rainfall, only rainfall. And the time of the year that you can plant that one. When there's no rain, you can't plant the rainfall upland rice. Or you can plant the lowland or swampy rice at any time. But in a year now, you have 12 months in a year. And rice takes how many months? 3 months. So in a 3 or 4, let's say 4 months. Let's say 4 months. In swampy rice, I can plant my rice how many times in a year? 4 divided by 12. 3 times. Depending on, in fact, presently in China, they have developed a variety, we call it perennial rice. In China, presently, they call it perennial rice system. Now, when you harvest the rice, when there's water, that rice will come back and will give you more another food. And it takes 3-4 years, it will be there. That's what they have developed that variety. But that one is GMO. That's GMO, you know. No, if once that variety gets the normal position, I tell you no, once the normal position, it will give me the same yield. The same yield. It's called the perennial rice system. It's different from the normal one that we plant, it will die and that's all. Varieties can do that one. And that's why I'm telling you that varieties are different. One come up for drought, different varieties. And that's why you must go for them. So what am I telling you that? Rice in swampy area is different from the lowland, upland rice. Once you go for the one you want, the next thing is the management or the land preparation. We have finished now. The power tiller. It's a new innovation. Instead of using manual discipline, we go for power tiller. I know. Power tiller. So in summary, or in the upland rice, you can plant it by direct sowing, right? Direct sowing, or by raising it in the nursery and transplanting it in upland rice. But the transplanted upland rice must be done when there is rain. Don't do it in a dry condition. Why? Because it will dry up. And that's why they say rain-fed rice production. It must be done when there is rain. And when in the southwest, rain starts from when?
March.
May. April, May. But So it can start from May, right? So once you plant the sow, and in the swampy right, after you must have gotten use your pumping, you level it, and you do your bond. The bond is an embankment. In upland right too, you do bond. But the bond embankment in upland right is smaller than in what? Swampy right. And I mentioned that in all this right promotion, the dimension of the bond is 10 meters by 10 meters or 20 meters by what? 50 meters. That's the dimension. Now this bond I mentioned is mainly for one purpose. One is to retain water. It will retain water in the rice farm. Once you don't construct your bond, while there is rain, what will happen? Water will move. So to trap the water, you must have used a bond so that you retain water both in upland and in swampy right. But the bond that you are doing in lowland right is bigger, as in you have like 1 meter. Now you have more water in swampy right. So you must build a bigger bond. Unlike in upland, and you have smaller bond. Why? Because there's only small water. I also mentioned the fertilizer, everything, you apply everything. 2010 and 2 to 3 weeks, right? Then after like 6 weeks, you apply urea fertilizer. Then after that, I also mentioned that when you apply your fertilizer in lowland, in Panama land, please drain your water. Don't apply when there's water. So once you drain your water, then you now apply broadcasting method. That's what we're supposed to do. So once you broadcast it, before now you drain the water in upland. For in lowland, there's no need for that one. But when you are applying it, ensure that in upland that there's more water or there's rain that you give after the rain. And need of water in the soil. But if there's no water in the soil, please listen up. The fertilizer will do what? It will burn the rice. So that's what we want to be careful about.
When you say you apply fertilizer after same also applicable to chemicals.
For chemical?
Yes, chemicals. This is process fertilizer.
Now chemical like herbicide now. Herbicide. Chemical, right? Herbicide, we don't apply any other chemical to rice crop. It's systemic herbicide, the one that rice our stamp. So, in terms of herbicide, you can apply it anytime. But it will not be when it's raining. Don't apply it when it's raining. Once you apply herbicide when it's raining, or even any chemical, you wash it away. It must be after the rain, right? And once you apply the chemical, you must apply it mostly for herbicide. It's selected. After the rain, apply it. But for insecticide, right? You also apply it after the rain. So all of them are done after the rain, not immediately when it's rain. And every time you only thing that can affect the right. But we have every time that when you apply it, it will affect the right. So it's not an issue. Chemical for now is not an issue in the right farm. Once you use the right chemical, don't use the wrong chemical. Don't use paraffin or glyphosate. Once you apply it, you destroy your rice. Use only selective. We have 240 selective here on rice. We have rice pot. There are so many chemicals and they are selective on rice.
So sir, you are a rice farmer here. Have you had cases of seed dormancy? And how did you solve it?
Yeah, buying seed from the right source. That's one solution. Don't buy it from any other person. Go to the right place. We have even IITA. I don't think IITA. Yeah, we have Jubilee. We have so many. So and before you buy the seed, right? Now before you buy the seed, you must inquire, ask questions about the variety of seed and what it will offer you. You must ask that question. And when you want to buy the seed, ensure that you must do seed germination. At times, seed germination is very important for a farmer. Once you buy the seed, you want to examine some of your seed. So once you do seed germination, how do you do seed germination? How? I'll tell you how. You buy 200, you pick 200 seeds, you plant it. Once you plant it, you now check for the number of seeds that germinate inside the 200. If it's only one that germinates, what will happen? Be sure that the seed, if it's 20, and it's for any percentage that is lower than 80%, that thing is going. So from 80 to 100, it's okay. Now, and then that will recommend. Or maybe we'll go for 100, but we recommend 200 to know the percentage of germination. In both, is a normal thing that we do in breeding or an agronomy. Once you buy a seed, we do the testing, and that's the normal thing that we do. It's very important to know if the seed is viable or not. But if you go to the right source, the right company, and buy the seed, you are sure that you get a very good germination percentage. And it starts from there as a farmer. If your seed is not viable, what are you planting? Zero. So we are saying that before you plant it, the viability of the seed can be done by what? One, go to the right company. Two, testing it. Then three, and then you plant. When you plant, you don't get what you want. Any more questions? Yes. Please listen. This question is very, very important. Very, very important.
Yes, sir. Àwa la ń produce láì tó dàbí pé Nàìjíríà tó lóòótọ́ bóyá àti ìmítọ̀ demand wa ṣá bet yet náà bá a ṣe ń produce ó dàbí pé àbílẹ̀ òkúta ni. Ìdí ni pé mo fẹ́ béèrè pé ṣé máa ṣe fún wọn fi polish rice láàmì ní Nàìjíríà ni àbí àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe wa ni wọ́n kóyìn tó dá out of Nigeria nípa òkúta fún wa àbí kí ni gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì lè ṣe fún wa lórí ẹ̀ because èmi wò pé tó bá jẹ́ pé ohun tí wọ́n tà lọ́jà táyà jẹ nowadays òun náà ni wọ́n export out pé ìbò mo rò pé wọn ò ní gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn.
Thank you so much. One house, please. I purposely want to answer this question. I'm a rice producer to the point of bagging. But quite unfortunate that when you go to market, you buy your choice. You people buy your choice. You can't get any branded local rice with NAFDAC number and it will still have stone. No. I'm coming. Wait. One house, please. I produce rice at Makodi, at Shedan, Plateau State. We supply rice paddy to companies like Holland CHI. You can't tell me that you buy CHI branded rice and there will be stone inside it. But there are local processors that produces this sack with branded names. They mill the rice locally, bag it, and they rush it to market. You buyers, you consumer, you see a local rice Red Bull, you see CHI, and you see one that you can't even recognize the name. But because of different price difference of 2,500 naira, maybe one is 65,000 naira, the other one is 62,500 naira. You go for that one of 62,500 naira, and you now buy rice and stone. What? Wait, and all these rice sellers, when you get to their store, they will display everything for you. You see Red Bull, you see Mama Gold, you see CHI, you see Stanley On. Stanley On is local brand. Mama Gold is local. But wait now. Ladies, what's the current price or the price of rice, the bag of rice now? 50 or 60? Maybe those are the, you said? There are some prices above 60,000 naira now. I beg you, man, women that go to the market. Okay. Men are the ones that pays for it. Okay. But where I'm going is this. The same bag of rice, one 55, the other one 58. You think that 2,000 naira price difference is just there for their sake? As a result of the quality of the rice, take it or you leave it. Listen, I say I produce rice, I mill rice, but at the same time, I don't buy from my company.
Why?
Price. Price now. Price because of the price. That 5,000 naira difference means a lot to me. You forgot that I'm an economist. What I do, listing. For that 58,000 naira you pay at the consumer end, the milling price will be around that 52,000 naira. So I'll go to this local miller, mill this also quantity for me. Then even for the miller, if you allow them to mill at their discretion, that 30 kg, that 50 kg bag, if you measure it, will be around 42 kg. It can't be more than 42 to 45 kg. I will tell them, measure 50 kg for me. So instead of paying 52,000 naira, I'll pay 55. So when they finish their milling, I pay. The stone, everything, I now carry it to the stoner. The stone each for how much? 1,500 naira. Yes. I'm the general manager, so you don't need to. So you can see me privately.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I need more questions. More questions. More questions. Please, please.
Thank you. Can we plant the swamp rice seed on the top land?
Huh?
The seed, the one we are planting on the swamp area. Can we plant it on top land, on top area?
No, I'm after the question. I mentioned something earlier. I said for optimal use, please listen, for optimal use, every variety that you buy, they have their required, what is meant for. For 44 now, is mainly goes for what? Swampy rice. You can plant it in upland if you like, but you don't get the result that you want. Lot of the requirement is not met. Upland rice needs more water than what lowland rice needs more water than what upland rice. There are some varieties that is developed for upland, and there are some varieties that are developed for both upland and lowland. So for Farm 44, mostly it does well for in what? Swampy area. And I think for 1 acre of land, right, you can get minimum 5 tons per acre. So you can get more than that, depending on how you follow the agronomical work practice. When you plant in upland area, you don't get up to that amount. That's the problem. So as a farmer, you must be intentional. Go for what will benefit you, what will pay you. There are so many options, so many, and it's not left for you to buy them. Don't, as Governor said, don't lot of money I now go for less quality. Go for the best.
And additionally, one house please, your site for rice farming determines the seed you plant. So if your site is a swamp, you can't go for upland seed. And if your site is upland, you can't go for swamp seed. for swamp rice seed. Then above all, knowledge is not far, except you don't search for it. You can't say because you want to plant you can't say because you get seed of rice. That's when you now decide to plant rice. Business is all about what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and where to do it. Simple knowledge. Don't be an opportunist that because they are giving a certain seed for free, because you now get free seed. Let's say, like yesterday, there was okra seed here. Maybe they are saying those are the okra seed for they are for free. And you now pick the seed. And you don't have plan to plant the okra. You may not make it. It's not a cause. Because one, do you know about my agronomic practice of okra? Have you prepared resources to plant okra? So, get it right so that you can do it right. And I want us to be very careful at the theoretical level. He is teaching us the knowledge. But I want to share with you from practical field. Theoretically, you can get average yield of rice between as much as 9 tons, even 11 tons per hectare. But is that real in practice? I will tell you that all of my days producing rice, at least like up to 3-5 years, the average yield has always been between 2.5 and 3 tons. And even where you will get 3 tons per hectare, where you are cropping around let's say 100 hectares, okay, you may get up to 4, you do get up to 4 tons per hectare. But out of 100 hectares area of land, maybe only 10 hectares will give us that 4 tons. There will be some stubborn area where we will not get up to 0.5 tons within that 100 hectares. So on the average, let's say for that 100 hectares, if you are able to get average of 2 tons per hectare, anytime we are able to get between 2 to 2.5 hectares, average over 100 hectares, jubilating, we don't make that. But the reality still remains. If you are doing 1 acre, it's very easy for you to manage that 1 acre effectively, to get close to what he's saying. But when we are talking of a big farm like 100, 500, 1,000 hectares, in fact, at some certain cluster, there may be up to 50 hectares that we suffer from weed infestation. In fact, the last one I did at the Makodi, at the center of the farm, where pilfering, theft took place, was more than 50 hectares. At the midst of the farm, as we are harvesting from the edge, they are at the center of the farm. Yes, the community people. Where they cleared at the middle of the farm is not less than 50 hectares. So upon that, we still calculate our average yield. So don't let all these figures blow our mind. That's okay. I've mentioned one that if you are able to successfully cultivate 1 hectare of maize with full agronomic practices in place, taking about 50,000 stands, how much is a cup of maize? We all answer 200 naira on the flag of day. So 200 naira by 50,000. How much is that? 10 million naira. Yes, sir. Abi? But is it realistic? No. But if you are doing one house, but if you are doing Ibakan 200 heaps of maize, you will be tending to the extent that not a single stand will not miss. Because it's just 200 stand, you can see everything.
one is missing here, quickly replace it. This one is turning yellowish. You get either fertilizer, you put it. If you don't have fertilizer, you look for organic manure. You look for topsoil or poultry manure, you put it. So for those 200 hips, all your 200 crops will be like this. Because they get 100% care. But when you are having 100 hectares, even you, the farm manager, may not get to some corner until they harvest it. But sincere truth, economic of production, try it next year. Don't go for 1 hectare. Go for just 1 acre. Make sure it's a fertile land. Make sure it's a fertile land. At the onset of the rain, don't be too rushed and don't be too slow. Make sure that some people already plant. See, I think you mentioned a cropping calendar yesterday. That's wrong. But that one may fail you. I've mentioned indigenous knowledge. Part of the indigenous knowledge that you want to plant maize. Look around. This is your farmland. Other people, are they clearing land? You started clearing. Clear your own. Like you have up to 10 farms around you. Plot 1 has planted his own. Plot 2 has planted his own. Plot 3 has planted his own. So you can be number 4. Don't make yourself a sacrifice specimen to be number 1. No, don't make that mistake. Our traditional farmers, they have this clear knowledge of weather. I want to start a program in my church today, and I saw a lot of tarpaulin already mounted. I was like, does this wait now? Do these people know that it cannot rain today? Only can it rain for me in the course of this week, in Ibadan, this Olumwe, because at least I can foresee the weather from the cloud. Yes. You said? Yesterday, at where? At Ribaro to count. Was my church is on that hill at Olumweru. I can't feel any sign of rain coming up this morning. I can't feel it. No, I got to Olumweru, that place. I can't feel it. So where I'm going is this. Indigenous knowledge. These are our old papas or babas. They understand weather, even than the what do we call them now? Weather forecaster. So once you see those babas clearing their land, go and clear your own. Once you see them planting, begin to plant your own. So where I'm going is this. Try and get just 1 acre of land. That's a 2/5. 2/5 of an hectare. Try to get it. Our seed rate for maize is about between 20 and 20 kg per hectare. Me, I always get that 25 kg because I prefer my seed rate to complete than to be managing 20 kg. No, I will not do that. I will make sure I get my 25 kg to plant 1 hectare. So, and if you are going for just 1 acre, you need just 10 kg of maize. So that you can plant and replant. That's the supply for the missing one. Then, even this context of between 20 kg and 25 kg, it depends on the size of your seed. There are some maize seeds that are smaller, some are big. For those maize variety with big seed, you can't spend less than 20 kg. So, get 10 kg of maize seed. Plant it at the appropriate time. Monitor it. Use the normal spacing. 0.75 by 0.25. So it will give you nothing less than 20,000 stands at harvest. And by then, you will not be under any pressure to sell. And if you want to be smart, that 1 acre, divide it into 5 plots. Don't plant everything at a go. Plant
maybe 1 quarter today, 2 week is too much. If the price of maize want to crash within 3 days, the thing will crash. So Monday we plant 1 quarter, Wednesday another 1 quarter, the following Monday, so that every 2 days when those men will be coming, we have something to sell. And if you have the capacity to plant 1 acre at once, why not? Those men are available for fresh maize. And let's bet it. If you not get at least 15,000 times 200, at least around that times, I think they always command lady 1,000 naira. Yes, now once is the average size, you get your cool money. You said? Now, not around the. Even if it is 10 for 1,000, it's still a good business. That's 100 naira for one. So 100 times 15,000. Is that not 1.5 million naira from 1 acre? From 1 acre. Thank you. Hello. My father was a farmer. I grew up on the farm. I'm a practicing farmer. For that early maize, there's nothing those men that roast maize can do. They be begging you. But the risk is there. Please take note. The risk is there. It may fail. Because the rain has not stabilized. It may fail. So that will not be misquoting me. But if the thing fail to fail, it be like Joker.
Any more questions?
Before I leave, it's about starting soya beans with you. I want to introduce one concept. If you capture it, all well and good. But if he has not captured it, he will build on it. We planted soybeans at Makurdi in 2023. Yes. Yeah. In the Air Force premises, they have massive land there. So we are facing the challenge of planting laborers. And you know, one of the challenges in soybeans farming is planting. I think the spacing should be around 2 inches, as much as where I'm going is this. You plant your soybeans like this. Like that. And the space is just 20 centimeters. The next one will be like this. So I went online, I was like, how can we manage this? I saw that in US, Canada, they plant soybeans by broadcasting. My agronomist argued it with me. He came from OCP Africa. The headquarters is in Morocco. He was like, no, they cannot report that in the office. I just told him, give me 10 hectares, do your own, I do my own. We broadcasted the seed that if I fail, I fail. But at least I've seen the video evidence from abroad. So we did broadcasting and lo and behold, it was successful. You know what funny thing about soybeans? The denser the population, the better the yield. Yes. 2003. No, sorry, 2023. Don't misunderstand me. There are different methods of planting soya beans. I knew that, but I was saying that we try to adopt broadcasting, of which one person can broadcast up to 10 hectares in a day. They are using like 15 laborers to plant 1 hectare a day manually, or your tractor will deliver how many hectares for you in a day. In fact, you supposed to develop a spreader to broadcast your seed, including rice. Spreader that can broadcast rice seed and broadcast any grain. In fact, the research is going on the broadcasting of maize. Yes. Experiment to plant maize by broadcast about the weeding. Once you broadcast the weed management, that means you have to be prolific in your weed management. So your weed management solely will be on chemical weeding. So the only area where manual can come up is some clusters where you have weed density. See, once your soya beans form canopy, we no room for weed again. In fact, that's one of the things we enjoy. Less weeding. Less weeding. I'm not a scientist, but I have done it once and I got the result. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, yeah. Oh no. Thank you.
My question is based on rice. I saw something online that this lady look for a sack for foreign rice and pour local rice inside. So for us that will go to the market to buy rice, and maybe the sellers want to convince us that this is foreign rice and it is local rice, what are the physical features for us to differentiate that no, this is local, no, this is foreign?
NOP.
Wow.
How to differentiate between rice and foreign rice? Marketing principle through branding. There is no rice without brand. I don't know whether you understand what I mean by branding. The name of the company is there. The country of packaging is there. In fact, for some companies now, the country that they package, if it is international, if it is a foreign rice, the country they package it for is there. Then for what?
I know.
This. Okay. Hello, madam. What you are saying is the one that's already out of the packaging. That goes down to our line of purchasing. ShopRite is there. Listing. ShopRite is there, Foodco is there, all these shopping malls are there. they can never compromise the branding. They can never. Their price may be 50 naira higher, 100 naira higher. So if you cherish quality, you go there to buy. Among them, if I want to send rice from Makurdi to Ibadan, I will ensure the quality. I will make sure the quality is there. And now somebody coming from Ibadan then, he sent like a normal price to me. I told him that I cannot send the rice out, not for profit. That if I send that price to him, it will be 42 kg. I put it on scale, digital scale, I snapped the picture I sent to him. But if it is 50 kg, this will be the price. Are you getting it? So, it's your choice. Your point of purchase is a major factor. For example, far beyond rice, Gary, for example, when I was bachelor, when I was a bachelor, if I want to buy Gary, I don't allow them to measure for me from the basin. I don't take it because they didn't cover it well. I don't take it. They have to measure for me from the bag. And my customer or my clients knows me for that. And even some of these people are faithful. It's only some of us we price here today, we go to that one tomorrow, next week we go to this one, just for rice. If you have a regular customer in the market, madam, this is the type of rice I want. The regular client, she will always give you the quality you want. There's a woman at Telele market here. I've been buying rice from her as more than 10 years ago. So every time my wife wants to buy rice, she always gives a call. I want this type of rice. Unfortunately, the last one she bought was another thing. So my wife reported and complained to her, apologized. And truly she was not around that day. She was not around that day. So our market is heterogeneous. If you get eyes, you the quality, forget about it, they will confuse you. They will confuse you. So you should have your regular line of purchase. That's the only fact. But to do by sampling, which one is a foreign, which one is local, which one is good, which one is a medium, which one is good, forget.
Let me just ask you.
I'm not yet satisfied.
Now let me ask you.
I'm not satisfied with your response. Sorry. Because concerning the Gary you mentioned, if I see Gary that is good, I know. Even if I just put it in my mouth, I will know that this Gary is not good for drinking. This Gary is good for making a bag. I will know.
No, what I mean about Gary now, I know I have the quality of Gary in a good bag. And that's what my customer says. But where I'm going is that for health reason, I've never allowed them to measure from the bowl or from the sand.
Amanda, Alima, the truth is that there is no way to know. Oh, possible. You see, the only thing is if you are the one that plant it, process it, and sell it, but once it enter market, forget. There is no way you hold on. There are during the time of during the time of Buhari, during the time of Buhari, we have farmers. So maybe Nigerians don't money fund, one fund, one plant there, one
They will take it outside Nigeria to Benin Republic, rebag it, sell it back to Nigeria. How will you tell us that that's an imported rice? Cheaper rice, and they flood the market. So there is no way you'll be able to identify. Just buy your rice and eat your rice. Identify foreign rice and global rice.
You said after planting, they will take it back to the Republic and take it back.
Yes, yes.
Maybe make you, there are some process that rights are taking place in the Republic, not sending it back to the Republic. Yes! Then how come? I think there are some process they will have taken on that right again. Maybe there are some chemicals that they will have taken on that right again. Then why are we not saying that foreign rice is not safe for eating like local rice?
I never said that. Rice is rice as far as we Nigerians are concerned. Hold on. In terms of eating, quality differs. But what you have to your question, the answer to your question is that they don't do anything other than rebag. They just rebag. That is all. Even here in the north, you have rice that when you eat it, you will not be able to say whether it is imported or local. Very fantastic. You understand? We don't know. I know. Rice that are produced in the north, and they, when you eat it, you think that you are eating imported rice. Very well.
Hello. Audience, please. Audience, please. Audience, please. I think it's high time we work on our mentality. Foreign rice, local rice. Or foreign rice, or local rice. The same rice we produce at Makodi, at Shendam. In fact, taking it to Benin Republic is too far. Within Nigeria, some companies listing in one house. Some companies they don't farm. Their own is just milling and bagging. Instead of normal price, let's say 70,000 naira per 100 kg bag of paddy, currently around 30,000 naira per 100 kg of rice paddy. The farmers are facing here now. There are some companies then, when the average price was around 70,000, there are some companies within Nigeria that are ready to buy 80,000, 90,000. Why? Because they will bag and package it as foreign rice. It's locally produced rice. For those companies, they will polish the rice like foreign rice. See, you're asking a question about the difference between foreign and local rice. The point of difference is the level of polishing. I will not want to mention the name of any company. One house, please. You know, we in Nigeria we are found Alaja. Hey, you know, we in Nigeria we are fond of Oloma Wewe ni mo fẹ́, Oloma Nla ni mo fẹ́. But this company I'm telling you, they don't care whether it is Oloma Wewe or Oloma Nla. But when they finish milling their rice, it will come out as Oloma Nla. The rice now. They fought the rice and it will come out as a Oloma Nla. You disagree?
So where I'm going is this. What where I'm going is this. Let us change our mentality. Let us be contented on what is our own. See, one house, please. Let me give you a clue. Let me give you a clue. Let me give you a clue. You know, most of these local, one house, please. You know, most of these local rice, maybe because maybe I've been so close to that's why we are taking it. Let me please. You know, most of these local rice, they have been harvested around this time, October, December. And they mill it immediately, it enters market. That's why when we cook it, Oma melt. But the foreign rice, after bagging it, it will spend not less than 3 months, the fastest, some years, before coming to Nigeria. So when we cook it, the thing will look dry and we like it. I want to challenge our women, go to the market, buy normal local rice, put it in your store for 2 months, bring it out before you, keep it for 2 months before you start cooking it. If it will not look like the foreign rice.
Thank you very much, sir. I am a cross-civilian person. So this is it. Listen, calm down. I know more about rice. If anybody want to argue anything, I don't argue about rice. I'm a cross-civilian guy. So this is. I will tell you by the texture of the rice if this is a foreign rice or a local rice. Now, this is one thing I want everybody to understand is every rice is a planted rice, except the rubber rice that is produced by China. Yes, there's rubber rice. So now, okay, please help me land and get why it's unfair.
I'm not taking it away from you. Just understand. What I'm trying to correct use of wrong word. One house. There is nothing like rubber rice for China. It's still to me. I don't need to explain. There is nothing like rubber rice. Point of order. Let's use our common intellectual. How will you cook rubber? And it's returned to rice and it will be heady. Point of order. There's nothing like rubber rice. But what seems like rubber rice is this. I did a project with a game. And the project was on the fortification of rice. Instead of taking your rice as carbs, carbohydrates, they try to coat it with some minerals and vitamins, about 10 of them. So that at least, if you are cooking your rice and you cannot afford to have protein, you get at least something like when you eat that rice. We call it fortified rice or fortified rice. And the process is this. Our normal rice grain, they blend it. They add those nutrients or those minerals and vitamins to it. So they now mix it with normal polished rice, maybe at ratio 1 to 10 or ratio 20 to 8. But what I feel they were selling to us that we call this rubber rice there is that, what do we call it now? Fortified rice. What they're supposed to sell to the millers, that they will now mix with normal rice at certain percentage and sell to us. I guess those things has expired in their stock. And those Oyinbos, they know that Nigeria we can take anything. and they are selling it to us as normal rice. So that's what I may assume to be the so-called rubber rice. But that rubber rice is made from plastic, and we cook it, and we'll be able to eat it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I don't want to go into that. Please.
Hello, please. We are running out of time.
Because I've tasted it before during my service. During my service, I said it's not that the rice is made from plastic. It is the way you feel it in your mouth. That is why they are saying it.
Please, calm down. Calm down. Let you know. Please. So now, let's go straight back to the question: how to differentiate local rice from foreign? Sorry, local from foreign or foreign from local. Simple thing is this: have the rice in your hand. Hold it. A foreign rice is always slippery. Oh my God. It's like, oh, don't now. Let's see. You cannot learn if you are not calm. Please, settle down. At least you will. Calm down. I cannot consider you as learning. Okay. Now, a foreign rice is it's as if it's polished with cream color. It's like there is a greenish coat behind the as in front of the rice. Tẹ́bá mudani báyìí, ó ń yọ̀ lọ́wọ́ bí àgbẹ̀yàn fi ọ̀dà sí ara nǹkan. Our own rice that is refined by Nigeria, that we are calling this African local rice, is often white. Often white. Ẹni sùúrù. Thank you.
Yes, sir. My own question is quite different, sir. All these arguments, I don't understand.
I know one now.
As a former point of view, my question is that you made mention of cropping, house.
Yeah,
You mentioned cropping calendar.
Please, enough now.
Cropping calendar. The calendar, are you giving up for free or we are buying it? Cropping calendar. Are we buying the calendar or we are giving up for free?
Thank you.
To the rice crop. Just a minute. Why are you attacking me? I'm not talking about calendar. I just want to put this to the point. That's just it. See, I grew up let me put it this way. I was born in Benin Republic, Tropicana. We have different type of rice. There's riz cassé, riz parfumé. They call rice riz over there. And if you see Nigerian rice, that our forefathers do plant them, they do call it aroso. Mostly yellowish. And our best rice here is ofada. Any other rice apart from aroso and ofada is foreign rice. So that's what I don't want to know.
Ofada rice.
Please. From his own, from one house. from his own point of view, I can pick something here that as far as our country is concerned, we have local varieties of rice, which we're supposed to be calling local rice. So all these Paro 44, Paro 68, Paro 54, Paro 52, they are foreign varieties. So, but from the general point of view, we take the one we grow in Nigeria as rice. Anyone imported is a foreign rice. So divergence in view. But he said that there are different type of rice. I said rices. But either foreign or local. All what we need to do is to reset our mentality. I want to believe if Chinese were successful importing raw cassava to China, they failed. That's why they are establishing all these cassava processing factory in Nigeria now. Assuming it was successful importing raw cassava to China, and they use it to produce a gari, bring it down to Nigeria. I know we Nigerians will prefer foreign gari to local gari. But they've tried this time. But they've tried it, they failed. In fact, before you package cassava, even from Abeokuta, very close to the port here, the quality would have disintegrated. Now, before spending how many days on the sea, getting to China, that's lost its quality. So they have no choice than to come and establish all those factories in Nigeria now. So let's change our mentality. If you know that the quality of gari in market is not good, you can engage yourself in the value chain of gari. I can produce gari, I know how to produce gari very well, but I don't have the equipment to produce the quality of gari I want. I've tried it like 2 times. One house, please. The first time I tried it, the cost of equipment 2021 was like a 20 million naira foreign equipment to produce gari. Presently, the cost of foreign local equipment to produce gari, you spend nothing less than 10 million naira. You want to set up standard gari by a processing factory. Getting the equipment alone, not putting up the structure, is not less than it's not less than 10 million naira. The last time I received quotation on it is like a 9.6 million naira. After that, you still have to buy one peripheral or the other. So, those are the things we are preparing you for. Not necessarily, listen to me, not necessarily you at your level going to the farm to be producing cassava. If you choose to produce cassava, no problem. But some of us should be able to go into cassava value chain. Cassava are available in the farms, in the bush. So if you want to tap into it, think on what product can I produce profitably from this cassava. You have your gari, you have cocoa powder these days, you have a starch, you have a tapioca, and the likes. That's a cassava to produce bread. And I don't know, for some of us that are good in kitchen, if you observe in the last 5 months, 1 hour, if you observe in the last 5 months, if you are consistent in buying a certain brand of semofita, you see that the texture keeps changing almost every 2 weeks. Almost every 2 weeks. It's because they are changing the formula. When the cassava was cheap, they are putting much more cassava flour into our so-called semo. Some of us, if it is amala white, no, I can't take. If it is fufu, I can't take. But this is what this semo fita manufacturing company, I don't want to mention anything. That's what they are mixing and bagging for us. In the north, you never see an Hausa person going to buy semo. They take their masara. They buy lafu 1 house now. People in the north, they buy lafu from south. the north, they take their mass around, I think it's ratio 1 to 10. Is it 1 to 10 or 2 to 8? Maize. So they combine their maize with our level to get their own sem over there. And that's what all these food manufacturing company are packing to us, and we are buying 1 kg as much as 2,500 naira. In fact, I came across one guy, two technologists working with a Pando Yam company. He told me confidentially that if they are using up to 20% cassava in the so-called Pando, that there's no way they can make profit. That they hardly use up to 20% yam in the so-called Pando yam, whatever. So let us appreciate what is our home, either foreign or local. As he has said, where we planted it is the first thing, and where we process it is another thing that makes it local. The way we plant rice here is the way they plant it in China. The way they process rice here is the way they process it in China. And I've told you the only point of difference is the polishing. The way they polish their rice, they remove almost everything. And the outer coat, which is nutritious, they use it to feed their animals. And they said the only carbohydrate part to us. But our rice that is almost 100% natural grain, they don't appreciate it. And of course, if it is the issue of melting before the rice is cooked, buy local rice, keep it in your store for 2 months before you start cooking it, and see whether the rice will melt or cooking or not. It will never, because it will have losing moisture. That's one mistake about the local processing. The moisture content is supposed to be 10-12%. But you know our dubiousness. Local milling company, if they allow it to try to that point, they will lose the weight. They will lose the weight. So let's change our mentality, either local rice or foreign rice. The point of production and the process is different. So I will conclude by saying rice is rice. And please, let us allow our facilitator to quickly take us through soybeans. Please, let's allow him. Before we go for break by 1:30.
Now let me start. Soybean. Now soybean is one of the main crops for what? For animal. One of the main food requirements for what? Animal production. Soybean. Now, in Nigeria today, our soybean production is very, very low. You find out that in the north, they do more of soybean, maize, and cereal than more soybean. And in my company, Southwest, very few soybean producers. So what's now the problem? We have the land, we have everything. But the issue is that the people that are employed are very, very few. So we need to change in that aspect. For instance now, we have so many companies in Nigeria that buy soybean. And some of them are in Ibadan. We have Olam. So many companies. And they buy it in millions. And the one they are buying is the imported one. When are the farmers? They are very few. So we need now, I want to give I would say that we and you, we have so many more to do when it comes to ceramic production. Are you aware that, please listen, are you aware that ceramic, the oil extracted from ceramic is used for making tires, paint, tires. The oil, it's not as if they will put the oil inside the tire, they will convert it as an additive. So that's what we are to make the tire. And even the oil, you use the oil for bow foil. So many important, so many things. But the production is very low. We need to change that aspect. Now, coming from the production, ceramic is also, when it comes to the maintenance, is very low. The maintenance is very low compared to cereals. So you are not you spend less money. You're not buying, instead of fertilizer, it's very minimal. So the maintenance cost of ceramic is very low when you compare it to maize, even cassava that we are doing. So we need to understand that ceramic, apart from the fact that it's on high demand, the maintenance is low. Now what are these maintenance now? When it comes to the land for ceramic. Now, are you aware that ceramic supply nitrogen to the soil? So when it comes to the land, not only needs too much fertile land like maize. Why? Because if I even supply what it needs to the soil. What am I saying is that ceramic, unlike other cereals, can do well mostly in sandy soil, sandy loamy soil. And apart from that, the rainfall for ceramic, it only needs too much rainfall. Not when there is too much rainfall, it affects ceramic. But one important thing I need to know about ceramic is that ceramic can do well even in the rainforest. Are you aware that in the rainforest of Nigeria, people don't like planting ceramic there? They believe that ceramic can do well only in the north. But scientists have developed different varieties of ceramic that can do well both in the north and in the rainforest. And these ceramic are doing fine. One of the major problems in this area is that they believe that rainfall, that when you plant ceramic, that due to the rainfall, that ceramic will not do well. But varieties that they are doing now can adapt to that environment. So we need to get that information, that ceramic can do well both in the north and in the south. And some of these varieties, I've listed them. Now, in terms of the yield, normally ceramic, when you go for improved variety, you get up to 2.5 tons. No, according to what we have had now, it may not be up to that. But at least we get up to what? Above 2 tons. Normally, in Nigerian yield, normally farmers they get 1 ton. When you plant ceramic, normal, you get up to 1 ton. But with improved variety, you can get up to more than 2 tons and above. These are the difference now. When you go for local variety, you get 1 ton. Less than that. But with improved variety, you can get up more than 2 tons per hectare. And what can the management practice. Soybean means we need to do something to improve variety. And if we don't do it, we will get up to that result. Number one, that we need to do. We need to make our lab preparation. Some people plant it on flat. Some people plant it where? On the ridge. Now, planting it on the flat, you can get more population. That's why the people plant it in the flat. Now you get more population. But when you plant it on the ridge, you have to limit your population. And as a farmer, what are we after? What maximum yield? So if I may advise, flat, when you are planting on the flat, you get more result in soybean compared to other crops. As you have had earlier, you have not done it before. And when you broadcast, you get higher population. It will do better on the flat than what on the ridge. So for a farmer, the choice of the land preparation is very, very vital. We need to make our land preparation very well. You plant, you arrow, you ridge, or you leave on the flat. But flat is better than the ridge. Why? Because you get better population. Now before I go on now, do you have any questions? Now before I go on, do you have any questions? Yes. Now before I go on, do you have any questions? I'll ask questions now. Eh? Okay. I'll ask you later. Don't have our time. Please listen. Hello. Chairman, just allow me. I won't be you. Then after the land preparation, the next stage is the planting. Now before you plant your soybean, we have a new recommendation now. We call it rhizobium inoculation. We call it what? Rhizobium inoculation. Now we buy this nodule mask from IITA. Now this nodule mask, what it does is that it improves the root, the nitrogen system in the root of soybean. We all know that rhizobium are inside the root of every soybean. Now we need modular mass. It will improve the rhizobium activity inside the root. And by so doing, it will increase our yield. Now if you are going to get 1.2 tons, well, by adding this inoculant, it will improve your yield. So what we do in mostly is that once we buy the seed, we mix this nodule mass with the seed and we plant. It's very simple. Once you mix it, you plant, just know that your yield will improve. So that's what they are doing now. For most of soybean farmers, they buy the nodule mass and they mix the seed before the planting is done. As you have said, you can plant either by broadcasting or my planting is direct, sowing it directly. And what are the seed rate for soybean? What? Now the seed rate for most soybean planting is 3 to 1. I mean, 50 or 70 kg per hectare. For 1 hectare, we need what? 50 or what? 70 kg per hectare. That's what we need to cover 1 hectare. So once we buy the seed, we plant it, either like broadcasting or direct seeding. Now what are the maintenance? As I said earlier, ceramic does not need fertilizer. It only needs. No, I just said it there, but normally, if you are planting ceramic, once you mix the modular mass, you are good to go. It will do all the work. So in terms of fertilizer, you don't need it. But if you want to buy it or add it, 2 bags to 3 bags per hectare, or you mix it with what? FSP, that's single super phosphate. That's what we do. But as an agronomy, we advise that fertilizer is the minimum. Now, coming to the weed maintenance, the weeds. Now, once you don't maintain your farm and weeds cover your farm, definitely it will affect your yield. So we advise farmers that after your lab preparation, use what? Pre-emergent. And one of the chemicals is what? Is butterphos. Can you butterphos? Or actually is mainly for maize. Once you apply actually for legume, we don't advise that one. There are chemical pre-emergent for maize, pre-emergent for what? Legume. So we advise that you go for what? Butterphos. So there are so many of them. So what we advise is that after you must have done enough preparation, after planting, you apply your what? Pre-emergent herbicide. Then later, you apply your normal selective. We have level 4. Level 4 is the selective herbicide for soybean. Don't apply paraphos. Paraphos will kill your soybean. So we have advised that you go for what? Selective herbicide. Any problem? Any question? Any question? Please ask question. Please ask question. Now when it comes to the pest management, now the major pest of soybean. Please listen. Now the major pest of soybean are insect pests. We have borer. And this insect. We have borer. We have aphids, fleas. So many of them. They are there. So we need to control them early. And if you don't control them early, they feed on your toes. It will affect your knee. So we need insecticide. And some of these insecticides are what? Pipermethrin. We have pipermethrin. We have basiphos. Once you apply it twice in the life cycle. Early and late, you apply it. And once you apply it, you will control them early. Then hello, please listen. Now when it comes to the MSP, now when soybean, now the harvesting of soybean, after 3 to 4 months, is due for harvesting. And before you harvest, it must what? Yellow, it must turn yellow. And And after harvesting, what do? You process. After processing, we have different machines. We have the machine that process sugarcane. So once you harvest it, we put it in the machine and it will remove the shaft from the pod. The thresher, the thresher. So once you have threshed it, we now buy this and buy and sell it. Now the major oil. Now before I go on now, before I go on, I want to ask one question. And the question has to do with what? With sugarcane. Now we have seen the power tiller. That power tiller. How?
Please don't collect for anybody. Please don't collect for anybody. Understand? If you collect for anybody, you know their hazard number and you're going to submit it. Understand? Don't collect any person at all.
Now my question is this. The power tiller, please listen. Hello, if I leave that one now. Hello, please. Now the power tiller. Can we use power tiller for the lab preparation in soybean? Power tiller. Yeah, can we use power tiller for lab preparation in soybean? Can we use power tiller? I'm asking this question now. I know I mentioned power tiller initially. Alright. Can we use power tiller?
The front, after your agenda, your name, after your name, is it off? Journal business venture. Off. Journal business venture. The first one after your name, after gender, name of women, tick. Then number one is your name. After your name, is it off. Journal business venture. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the audience.
Yeah, please. I need answers. I said, can you use power tiller for the lab preparation for soybean? Is it possible? Okay. So, is it possible? Then yes. Who said yes?
Sir, please. Another one, the last one, when you have, please tick the option that applies to you. Do you know where you will tick? Trainee. Tick that your boss will tick. So you now sign by you. Sign your signature. Then the title, trainee. You see staff, trainee or worker. So you tick trainee. Then you now pick the date. Thank you. Today's date. Date. Trainee, that title, you see staff, stroke, trainee, stroke, worker. So you tick in that particular place you have to tick trainee.
So, please, can you answer my question? I'm asking you now, or you do our test now. No, my question is this. Can we use power tiller for the lab preparation for soybean? I need to yes. Why? Hello, please. So, are we ready? Are we ready now? Are we ready? Please let all know.
Please concentrate, please.
Please,
I'm doing it and be listening to
my 1:30 now. You're out of here.
Please.
The one party, so please let me speak. The one party out of here. My question is this. Can we use power tiller for the lab preparation? Please, can we use power tiller for the lab preparation? And why? How is it possible? Now, how is it possible? He said yes. Hello, please. Now, the power tiller, hello, please. Are you ready? Please, I need your attention.
After clearing our land, then we can now use the power tiller.
Now for the pyramid, the power tiller can be used both in the snapping area and also on the land. Now, for instance, if you don't have money to hire tractor and you have power tiller, you can go for the power tiller. Power tiller can do the work of the tractor. I know, please listen. When it comes to the land preparation, please listen. You guys are not paying attention. Can I go on?
Hello. Please go on. Go on. Please don't type Mrs. or Miss Minister. Put training there. That last one. Put training. Training. That title. Training. Worker of staff. Put training. Don't say you don't like Minister or no. Continue, sir. Thank you.
Now, another question. I know, please. Please pay attention. Now, concerning the time of planting. Yeah. The best time to plant. Every crop that you are in have a time of planting. Once you miss that time, what will happen? It will affect your production. Now, in the southwest what is the time of planting? Anyone? Now, do you agree with him? Somebody said August. Somebody said me. Yes. Now for soybean, it's advisable to do it by July. Now July is the best time. For me, we'll do it by August. But July is still the best time. Now the issue of rainfall. Now we have the issue of global warming. Rainfall is not predictable. Now once you plant it very late, and at that point there's no rain, what will happen to your soybean? It will affect the yield. So the best time is what? June, July and early August. Don't plant your soybean very late in August. It will affect the yield. I will ask question now. Please, I need your attention. Can you sit down? You are distracting me.
Please, attention, please.
You are distracting
You are
me.
matured enough. This thing cannot prevent you from doing what you very well.
Please, you are distracting me.
Please, Sampai is not your name, it's your signature. Sampai is your signature.
Now, going forward now. Please, I need your attention. Please, I need be quiet. Now, this person, please listen. This person for pyramid, farming, for pyramid, is that a standard spacing? Now, if you are not broadcasting it, you are plugging it directly. Is that what? Spacing. Now, the spacing is what? 20 centimeters by 45. That is spacing for pyramid. 20 centimeters by 45. Now, the spacing between one, the intra, in between is smaller, whereas the intra is longer. So now what I'm saying is what? 45 by 25 centimeters for pyramid. It's smaller than what? Than me. And that's why I'm saying that the distance pyramid is in it what? Close. That is a definite completed plan. Now before we go on now let me ask you one question. For the southwest now, pyramid. Now what, if I may ask, in the southwest, when you plant pyramid, what are those things? What do you do on your farm? For instance now, when you have issue of rainfall, issue of drought, and please listen. When you plant pyramid, and the point of harvest, and the point where you want, and the critical point, there is no rain. What will you do as a farmer? What will you do as a farmer? Yes. So what I'm saying now is that if you plan for irrigation, as a farmer, most pyramid farmer, whenever you do plan for irrigation, rainfall permanently, you cannot predict rainfall. So you must plan that if you have if there's no rain, you should plan for what? How you are applying water on your feed. Though it's expensive, but in the long run, you make your money back. So that's why we are saying that smart irrigation is way forward now. For maize, for soybean, and for any other crop, you must add irrigation to your family. Though it's expensive, but in the long run, it will pay. There's another question. What is intercropping good for soybean? Yes or no? Intercropping. Hello, please listen. Intercropping. Is it good for me, for soybean? Who can answer that question? I'm asking a question now. I said, is soybean, is intercropping good for soybean? And why? Why is it so? Huh? So what I'm saying is that monocropping in soybean is more preferable than doing intercropping in soybean. But once you do intercropping, you are reducing what? It will affect the yield. Not that they are not doing it. Some people are doing it. But we are aware that it is not advisable. So it's better to go for monocropping. And normally for farmers now, even as farmers at the end of the farming, 1 ton, 1.2 ton, that's what they get mostly. 1 ton, 1.2 ton. Most farmers. And when you convert it, compared to the cost of production. So most farmers now, what they do is that they add what I said initially, this rhizobium inoculum, because it's module mass into your pyramid. No matter what you do, add it. No matter what, some people have done and they have tested it and it has worked. And if we improve your unit from that 1.2 to 1.5 or 2 tons per hectare. It's a new innovation. Now once you try it, we start from when you mix your seed with the inoculum, and it will give you a very good result. And you have said earlier, pyramid does not need fertilizer compared to what maize and other cereal. So you're not buying fertilizer, you're only buying that inoculum. And for another thing, I mean 5 to 10,000 naira. I don't know the price now, but you need 5, 10,000 naira to mix it with your seed before you plant. And what you do is control your weeds. Control the weeds. That's very vital. After controlling your weeds, the next thing, apply insecticide at the right time. But you do preventive control. Preventive what? Control. Apply your insecticide. Even though without seeing the insect, apply it. Don't wait for them. Now once they come, you may not know. But once you apply it, 3 weeks after, 3-4 weeks. So what I do, we avoid preventive control. You manage your weed very early by applying what? By making your lab preparation very well, applying pre-emergent such as what? Butterford and penicillin. You apply both, or other one, but don't apply ascardine. Ascardine is good for maize, but it's not good for what? Legume. After that, we have herbicide like legume that are selective for legume like soybean and cowpea. Apply very early. Don't wait till when you have this. Any control is the key to managing your weed on any farm. And not only that, not only when you know the pest, any control. And when you do that one, the next thing is what? Wait for harvesting. Now harvesting, which one of them? Now for the effect control. Now we have a supplementing. Now for instance, now we advise that you start very early at any like in cowpea, for instance in cowpea, you start at any 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks, spraying your cowpea and it continues. But for pyramid, it's lesser than cowpea. So no other cowpea is less. Now when you apply, once you start at 3 or 4 weeks, 3 weeks, you can apply it for like 4 times or 4 or minimum 2. Minimum, you can apply more than that. my head minimum twice. You can apply your insecticide. It can be more than that, but depending on what, on your environment. I said earlier, know the history of your land. A land that we have so many insect problems, right? You have to make sure that you spray all the time. That's why it's good to know the history of the environment. The land, the people that are planting around you, and then planted you have been before, what are their problems? Look for that information. Ask them, don't be shy. We are learning everything. Go and get that information. By getting that information, you can now plan if I'm spraying every week or spraying only twice. That will determine how you spray. But my advice is that for soybean, twice. Yeah.
After 5 days, after 3 weeks, apply the exercise. You know, how do like 1 month, 1.5 months. Most especially when you bring out flower, there is insecticide that is used to eat of the flower. And affect
I'm after you. Now let me come again. I think after 3 weeks, you spray again. Now the spraying can be done maybe interval 3 and 3 weeks. Instead of another 3 weeks. Now, I said earlier, your environment will determine the frequency of spraying your pyramid. But mostly, the spraying when it's at vegetative stage and at flowering stage. Now, this key aspect, vegetative and also at flowering stage. These two stages are very, very vital in soybean. And if you don't do it early before flowering, some insects, as you have said, will feed on it. And at flowering, another insect will feed on it. So do it, I said minimum twice. Why I say minimum twice is that you can do it more than twice. Why? Because if your environment, you have more pests, you must continue for another 3 or 4 times before the soybean is already hard and you can harvest it. So, as I said earlier, it's twice, one at flowering and one at when it's young. Then another one, depending on your environment, you can continue the spraying. And then what? Where are you going now? Come on. What, you know? I know. Now, any question? Any question? Any question? Now when we come back, we have a test. And in the test, we may have a test when we come back. Now, I want to know if you understand. Today, we have a test. No, we have a test. Give me Nigerian today. Sorghum. Just like maize, just like maize, just like maize, sorghum is a very valuable crop, both in the north and in the south. And we use it for so many things. We consume it for so many things. Now, for instance now, sorghum is mainly used for now, for sorghum now, mostly we consume it in form of flour. We grind it, we convert it to what? Sorghum flour. Sorghum flour. We now mix it in what? Sorghum. We mix it with what? With cassava to make what in what? That one. So many uses. Even animal production. In animal production. They use it for animal feed. Animal feed. Now, one thing to mention is that sorghum is a very, very important crop in very alcohol companies. I don't see alcohol. All these Nigerian breweries. Our Constitution Martina. It's a very, very important crop. They don't play with it. So, sorghum, they buy it to the point that they import sorghum. Why? Because we have not met we have not met our local production level. It's very, very low. Sorghum. Also, when we are not planting it enough, so we have not met our target. Why? Because apart from human consumption, animal consumption, sorghum is being used by so many companies in Nigeria, and they buy it in tons. So just imagine that you are a sorghum farmer. You have market for your produce. So you should know that sorghum is not an ordinary crop. In a crop that you can make money from it. Apart from human consumption, animal, industrial consumption is very high. Just like cassava and maize, beans and all that. Even sorghum, they make use for biofuel, ethanol, even for starch. And apart from that, even the stem, on my issue, young farmer, they need it for staking. So many things. So sorghum is also an important crop, just like maize and cassava. We should notice. Now, going to the land. How do we, and what are the land that is good for sorghum? Can I plant sorghum anywhere? No. There are some lands that are good for sorghum. In fact, sorghum does not like too much water. Sorghum don't like too much water. And why? Because when sorghum, when it's forming the pineapple, the fruit, and it's raining, what will happen? It will affect too much of water, affect the fruit. At the end of the day, sorghum here, it will grow more. So sorghum does not like too much water compared to other crops like maize. So definitely, if you are planting sorghum in the rainforest, you have to be very, very careful. The variety that you plant is not any other variety. You must go for variety that is developed for your area. And apart from that too, sorghum can do well in marginal land that only have too much nutrients. It can do well. It's a very rugged crop. You can plant it anywhere. The way place that is have low fertility and it will do well. Unlike maize. Now if you plant maize in place that only have nutrients, it won't do well. But sorghum can do well in places that have no nutrients compared to maize. I think it's different though. That sorghum is very rugged. It's a very rugged crop. It can do well in a very strict condition. Now coming to the land preparation. You must plow the land very well, trees very well. The land preparation will control the weeds. And that's why we advise that you plow, you arrow, and you leach. When you don't have money for that, you go for manual land preparation. Now, in some areas, in some places, sorghum, they plant it in the nursery. In some places, they raise sorghum in nursery. Whereas some places, they plant it directly. Now, when you raise sorghum in the nursery, and before you now transplant, and you plant it directly, there's always different. Now, a transplanted sorghum, please listen to know, from my own experience, when you transplant a sorghum, you find out that the yield compared to when you plant it directly is different. Why? Why is this so? Why? Now, when you plant it directly, the root will go down. Apart from root going down, the stem it will be thicker. But when you transplant it, before you adapt and acclimatize, it will take time. But that's why you go directly, it's not going, you are not disturbing it. So everything is different now. Definitely, that one, if you accumulate everything, more like that one that is being transplanted, it has suffered stress and it's what? It has suffered from adaptation level. Before it adapts, open. So that's why we are saying that you have to weigh, you must weigh your option. Either you plant it directly or you do your transplanting. That's all about. So that aspect is very important. For people who do transplanted sorghum, why? Because àwọn kan máa ń kó ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn ẹyẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ they disturb your sorghum when you are planting it. So I think it now. So for every farmer, you must decide on what you want to do. You must decide and consider your cost. Now if you have issue of bird disturbing your farm, go for what? Transplanted sorghum. But if there's nothing like that, planting directly is better. And we have different varieties of sorghum. Some are early varieties and some are late varieties. And the yield for sorghum, when you improve variety, is always higher than the local variety. At times, some improved variety, you can get like 10 tons per hectare, according to paperwork, 10 tons per hectare. But when you look at what's happening, at least you can get 3 or 4. But it will be more than what the local variety. And not only that, in sorghum, some varieties that we have some mature early, some mature late. That one is what we use to do our calendar. I told you that we have farming calendar. This farming calendar that we have, if, for instance now, you miss July now, you are going to August ending. Is it advisable to plant less variety? No. You should go for early or extra early variety. Timing matters in sorghum production. In some places, in the north, we know that they don't have too much rain. So they can plant even in May, around May. And you plant and you harvest and no problem. But yet, now we have rain, we should be very careful of when you plant. Now when you plant, and the time of fruiting is when we have excess rain, it will affect your sorghum. So timeliness is very important in sorghum production. You must know your calendar, sit down and know when you plant and go for it. And when you plant in the north, it's different from when you plant in the southwest. Yes. No, we have different types. Uniform? No. Sorghum is Okamama.
Well, you know,
Now, no confusion there. Ọkà bàbà ní kọ́bọ̀. Ọkà bàbà ní ní Yorùbá. Jẹ́rọ nìyẹn. Kọ́bọ̀ náà.
Tó náà ní ìṣòro tó èyìnbó méjì náà ló wọ.
Why not? Now. Yeah, very good.
1, 2. Báwa ṣe máa ń lò nínú oṣù kéde làwa máa ń lò. Which are best in November, December. But I sọ pé nínú títorí late rain máa ń lò nínú oṣù kan. Now, kí ni period tí ẹ sọ pé okay, ẹni 2 months of rain.
Rain to not kọ́ngàn tó máa fi flower tó máa fi fruit wọn tó máa fi yan ní ẹ̀ kò lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ púpọ̀ iná ní like too much rain tó máa fi yan tó máa fi túrí.
But period yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ ní òjò wa máa ń pọ̀. July to
tó máa túrí nìyẹn tó máa túrí ẹ̀yẹ́ báyìí improve variety ah no improve variety.
Ẹni wíwá lẹ́yìn white and red no matter there is varieties of
now variety of sorghum or ọkà bàbà wọ́n pọ̀ dáadáa there are so many but the colour we have different colour some are white some are yellow some are even red. Yeah, so in the case of variety demara, we have determined we have kupani, kuponi, ami, and then like no black. But one thing is that, you know, environment demawa, please listen, please, environment demawa, in Fotomara, on Embe. Now, come on, the environment demawa, then buy more of bread. That's what you have. If you are buying more of wine, go for wine. I will have different varieties of wine, different varieties of bread. But study your environment to know the actual life. Right now, you know, the man be money. Come on, I know you. What will happen? I have faith to you now. So, and in my mean, only honoring the people. Here, why? People are buying more red, more. It has more value than the white one. Why? And you are that. You must first supply our Nigerian brewery. Only a Tomara. And yes, like only a Tomara. So, market them out on Japan cut. When I determine in for seven. So, for my land, Okababa, anywhere who are very rugged, anywhere, the man below, the man after mine, you are Madonna, who are rugged, and the improvement for the pay, so I mean, no, what is protein? We don't call. Find Nara. So, I like to study time ojo, timing of plant no matter. Calendar. I bring that there. Only water requirement. For every I bring, you have water requirement. No, normal I bring. Any I bring, Tamara. Only requirement. I must meet that requirement. Once you don't meet the requirement, you have anything, you didn't drop or animal performance. It's for sure. For local variety, our year of adapted the environment, our year, what if anything from a month, only with time environment here, no have no cover in the now only advising the map right with and with an end. Turn your timing, planting, rotation. I want to plant it. Do your agronomic practice and get your result. That is the way forward.
Emma Brusa, Emma Brusa, made the advance in the at the same time, which is diversion. That is so in the form. There is something called Otobobo. Or kí ni orúkọ ẹ̀ ní English tí wọ́n máa ń pè ní because ó súnmọ́ àwọn bọ́ọ̀lù táwọn sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìmọ̀ English level and then tí wọ́n máa ń pè ní kí ni ìwúlò ẹ̀. Kọ́sà tí mo béèrè pé kí ni ìwúlò ẹ̀ tí wọ́n máa jáde àwọn kí ni wọ́n
I don't know more gbogbo tuntun mo mọ ọkà ẹni òfin ní sọ́gọ́ọ̀mù yẹn o ni mo mọ̀ ojú olóńgbò yẹn now but one thing is that ẹni òfin system ojú olóńgbò yẹn o lè jẹ́ sọ́gọ́ọ̀mù o lè jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ́ oríṣiríṣi sọ́gọ́ọ̀mù ló wà oríṣiríṣi ló wà lọ́kà so I know. Please. Ojú olóńgbò náà kọ yìí. Ojú olóńgbò náà kọ yìí. Bí kò bá jọ bọ́ ìjọba àfọ́, ó yàtọ̀ sára wọn. Ó yàtọ̀ sára wọn fún ẹni ká nílé ìjọba. Any more questions? Any more questions? Any more questions? Now, I know, please listen. Now, for someone, please listen. I know, please. For someone, only 2 hybrid. 2 hybrid. The spacing is what? 75 centimeters by what? By 30. 2 hybrid. I know, please listen. We have in what? 75 centimeters by what? 30. Hybrid near hybrid. For full local variety. Ó yàtọ̀ àwọn yẹn máa ń ga but the hybrid they are always shorter all short yẹ wọ́n ní orí tó pọ̀ yà mostly àjẹmánì ọ̀gá ọmọ máa pọ̀ ó máa ṣùgbọ́n ó máa just like that they are all very big. So that's what we are saying. Do your agronomical practice in Congo. No matter what seeds, 1 hectare. We have 3 to 5 kg per hectare. After 5 hectares, 3 to 5 kg. Now, fertilizer tamano, ajine, fertilizer for the sunflower. Otababa can do without fertilizer. Yes. Sunflower can do without fertilizer. But I know, please listen. I said, sorghum, we can plant it without fertilizer. Unlike maize. But for us to get optimal in sorghum, why? Because we are planting improved variety. That's why we apply what? Fertilizer. That's done actually very yet. But if we are planting local variety, we only need what? Fertilizer. But in maize, we try now in maize, it won't work out. So sorghum is more rugged than maize. So that's why I say that for the please listen. Please listen.
I observed something. Thank you, sir. When I want to buy this Okababa 2 months ago, I saw that there is 2 colors on that woman shop. One is deep red, and one is just light something like this. But the seed is, they are equal. But I want to just use maybe is that you already variety terms because at your time variety but this is the one so one flashback into myself but seed in here more
Now, these sorghum are for you. This sorghum are planted earlier. In particular, where are you buying it from? If you are buying it from local market, one mixture, they will mix different, one mixture, mixing it. But someone running of a reliable source, reliable person, go for the dividing, even premises. They have improved varieties of sorghum. Only buy it from them. Once you buy it, they won't mix anything. They will not do to get pure line. They say pure variety. We mean the pure one. So that's what we are buying. Go to the right people. Having said that, Okababa, before now, our people in the north, that's their major food. Our northerners, they plant sorghum in lot. Only that, presently, it's just that in the north, it's just that presently, but in the north, I'm using different varieties for a long time. Only a chef one. No. I know. The north, I can go and find out. Sorghum is being planted mostly in the middle belt and the north, mostly in the north. There's market for it. I will not supply mostly all these companies. They don't sell them locally. Some are supply our big companies. And that's why we are not seeing it. But here, what we are doing in the southwest, just small. And that's what we are saying now is that we should be thinking about last year's production of sorghum. There's market for it. and the cost of production in Hong is lower than maize. It's lower than maize. It's very low. So it's now left for us. And what maize is popular. Maize is popular, but sorghum is not popular. So all these crops are popular here, there's money in it compared to all the popular crops like cassava and okra. Yes, now, for instance, now, when our company, our Nigerian brand, Porsche or Tina, that's their main raw material. That's their raw material. Because can be alcohol. That's their raw material. They buy every year. One bottle of produce in Nigeria is not enough for them. What my fortune? So that's why I'm telling you that honeycomb farming is of high value. It's of high value. I know where are you going? I know we have tests now. They are with control. Just like the maize, so also in honeycomb. You apply pre-emergent. After you have planted them, before after planting you apply what? Pre-emergent. Example of them, example is what? As planting. You apply it. Then after 6 weeks, you can apply what? Selective herbicide. 240. So instead of labor, when you apply herbicide, it will reduce your cost of labor. But timeliness, any timeliness of applying it is very cheap. When I show it here, for one extra, and then mine, it's just what you need. The money is about 4 liters. 4 liters on a controller with 4 liters. I will demand 3 liters. Our control, that selective herbicide, not to spray compared to the amount of iron labor. When you iron labor, it will cost you more money. So we are advising that you do timely weed control. Then the pest, our 10 borer, armyworm, go affect the sorghum now. Armyworm. But it's not as much as what? As maize. The maize one is more devastating than sorghum. So we are advising that you use what? Insecticide. And what we are advising that you go for what? Prevention. Apply any control at any 3 weeks or even 2 weeks. But you apply at any 1 week, 2 weeks. You have to control armyworm. But the time of applying it is different from maize. Maize is every week. But sorghum, you can define maybe every 3 weeks or 2 weeks interval. Then harvesting. After 4 or 5 months, sorghum is ready for harvesting. The leaf will dry up, the fruit will red, some will white, you will see it. And at that point, you need to be going to the farm every day. Why? Because our they feed on it at that time. So as a farmer, you sit at your house and say, my maize is ready. Maize are there. So you must be there to drive them away or use what I said, sound. What you make sound, the rod, or make cycle. all these things, you must incorporate them. And if you have a large farm, you have to use different methods to control this bird. If not, they can finish your sorghum within 1 or 2 days. And they don't come as one, they come in mass. In mass, I think they are waiting for you to, they are waiting for you for your sorghum. So as a farmer, you must be going to the farm to monitor your grain. Then the processing. Sorghum, only one idea. Only one idea. Well, we have machine now. Only a machine. We have new machine. But if you go for manual beating, now the problem with most farmers, they are only tired. Only for most post-harvest losses. So, how many they man? How many? You retire. So, for farmers, we advise them to go for treasure. We are not the one who knows big farm. They have a treasure, no matter harvest and all. Now, within 1 hour, he says, you know, now it's way forward. And the sorghum farmer. Yes. On the treasure. And I don't know where one in the area is more common than in the north. It's very common. After that, the next thing, you buy it and you sell it. Ask question. Ask question now. No, ask question. Yeah? No, mostly. Where are you going? We have tests now. We have tests. Hello, please. We have tests now. Don't go. Now, please listen. Don't worry. Now, please listen. The white one is being used mostly by all the industry. Only the general bread here. They're not what they need. And then they're not what they buy most time. But that red one, who are more nutritious than the white one. So, that pigment, that red one, only pigment. So, and that pigment only is high in nutrients. Yeah, sorry, vitamin or yeah. So, now, in the end, color here, we want to make it only how I put it. Okay, summary. Color here, element for me, nutrient for me. Nutrient here, according to what health benefit of Kamama. I'm a woman of power. Why? Nutrient. But why not the man of Manu? More, yeah, taking Okamama, who are not female, or Nino. So Okamama, Onoma, Equamadu. So that they don't use the white one. In that red one, no man, no. Only high protein and high vitamin compared to the white one. The white one is more, only our power, our Martina, our beer company. Yeah. For my mistake, no nothing. So, there's high demand. But not all the companies. Our company means Oman red wire. But the white wire, we don't know who àwọn ní ìgbìyà àwọn àfọwọ́ àti kìíní yẹn. Please listen. What you mean is that it's part of the event. It's part of the program, It's not the main program. It's not an addition. And then my only starting amount of Okamama, come and add more. It's not only multi now.
We will understand, sir. We will understand. Okay, ṣé tí a bá lọ fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ sọ́nà ọkà bàbà ohun tí ẹ sọ fún wa ní pé a máa dìmáàdì ẹ̀ pọ̀.
Demand is high. Demand is high. But before you go to that production, my advice is this. And my advice is this. Please listen. Now, advice me. Now, going for the sorghum production. Number one, your market here, the first target. Now, the first target our industry and the local population. And here. Then secondly, machine. What can help you is going for mechanized farming commercially. I help you a lot. But when I need Southwest, I will only one, they are not supporting us. Tractor, problem, shortage of machine, that fresh here. And that's why. So, but by and large, if you have that opportunity, the amount of opportunity here, I bless you. Someone farming, I'll fetch you more money. As I say, but I'm planting it. I'm planting it. And even the value over the amount changing of sorghum, it will not come out. It will not come out. What come out? It will not come out. One changing of sorghum. So, now what am I saying? No, what am I saying is now, okay, Mama. Please, please. Now, my point, this is my point. Every crop, maize, cassava, rice, maize, sorghum, all of them are high value crop. High value crop. It's not left for you to go for the one now that you can handle. And one thing about them is that you must go for improved variety. Mechanization is very important. Tractorization. They want plow on the arrow. The next thing, you do your work, your planting. And follow the environmental practice. The waste control, pest management, and the engineer come out apply. Once you follow it, you make your money. Thank you. But before we go, can you have any question? Ask question. Ask question. Every question.
What's the economic effect and how can it improve our own lifestyle? Because you said you want us to become a mechanized farmer and when we want to improve our life. So what's the effect of what this is in our society and this society?
Yeah, for in Southwest, in food, Southwest, farmer, farmers are few. Although farmers, no, they are few. No, they are. I know, please. Yes, they are. Please listen. No argument, no. Please now. No argument. We have commercial farmers. When they are not, they are few. Compared to the north, they are very few. Now, the idea behind, please now. Now, the idea is that someone as well, economically, only more economically, more. How much is Amazon? And Amazon is everywhere. Information is what? More information about someone, about who is buying it. No matter any someone, no demand. No matter who the near brain, no matter who our discipline from our home, and you tell them, you tell them, what my rush you, they will come and uptake our, we have uptake what? No, uptake our, now the economic aspect of it, when you pay, once the man produce, the man minimize cost, the man minimize cost of production. The money capital, that is share, and then buy. Your money will come. Over your journey. Only it's of high demand for pita. Someone for pita. Once you have someone, and going to know, the man will not hold you. They will buy it from you. They will buy it. Anytime, any day. So, in terms of economic aspect of it, you make your money back. Only that the problem we have here is that information is very low. Yeah. And apart from that, I need mechanized things to help us, to help the farmer. In this area, it's still very low. Mechanization is still very low. No matter who not buying, one man, a man is not. Only need one tractor. I have a farm long. In a long, more year, is low. So we need to develop. I need that to form more. I need that to form more. Time is the time that we need to do the right thing. Any more questions? Any more questions? Here, people. Here, people. We are here, people. No. Here, people. You know here. Now everyone is coming down. Here, people. Here, people now. Just simple question. Not 5 minutes. Write your name. Write your name. No, write your name. No more question. No more question. We are 10 people right now. Eh? No, now. My name is now. Please change people now. I'm waiting for you. No, now. I'm waiting for you right now. No, I'm not coming yet. Now, I know, please listen. Please listen. I know. Please. I know, please. Yeah, organizing it now. Now, apart from that, I'll give you an assignment. I'll come. No. Now, the assignment. All the group, I've shared it. We have 4 groups. I gave you different assignments. Now, you come here tomorrow and do the presentation. Tomorrow. Now, this presentation is has a map. Don't come here and tell me what I know. I gave you something. Come here and tell us what. Don't worry. Just come here and do your presentation. And do it very well. Please and please. Do it very well. And every group have their own assignment. You come here tomorrow and now before we go, please, I have 5 minutes. 10. Please, anybody that's here. You have 10. 5 minutes. Don't go. Sit down. Please sit down. Sit down. Wait. Don't worry. Anybody that goes, wait. You're going now. Anybody that goes, I know what to do. It's part of your feeling. So you're going. Now. Anybody that goes. Now. Wait. That's not. Yeah, don't hear anything. I want land. Now, mommy, I'm going to here. No, for me, people are sitting. You move for that for me. What am I thinking? We are not the only one here. So, what we are saying is that we're not for my debate. At least tomorrow, by after time, every group will sit down, come up with a presentation, and come here and tell us what you have learned. That's what we are saying. It's a group work. It's very, very important. So, for me, just one or two things in the moment. So, that's not an excuse. So, okay. I'll give my test now. Don't go.
Hold on, please. Hey, Abel, come back. Hold on, please. Let me shock you. start there. Can you imagine somebody jubilating in the presence of electric shock? I don't understand. Where I'm going is this. You are a trainee here. I myself am a trainee somewhere, even now, since September. And that's where I told you that all this thing we are taking for levity here, in 1 hour lateness, you pay 10,000 naira. We pay. Your phone ring in the class, we pay 2,000 naira. So your lecturer is still in the class, you are going out to sign out. And our agreement is like a lecture ends by 3 o'clock. So, won't we address management issue? And even your lecturers still have a right to crave for your indulgence. But at the same time, I want to speak on your behalf. So both the test and the group assignment, everything, please let it be tomorrow. Don't go, please. Don't go yet. Please, all these little things we are asking you to do. If all of you fail to comply 100%, anyway, as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe that your payment of your stipend is being delayed. But your failure to comply with all these things may delay the payment. Among those things is the form we ask you to fill today. And out of 200, the response is still lower than 120. People in this hall, you are less than 120. Number of submission is less than 100. Please, group leaders, coordinate your people. I expect you people by now, to be having side talk in court, whereby each group, at least at group level, you deliberate on you have some common front. That group formation is not only for assignment alone. A group leader here yesterday, one of the screen out trainees happened to be in his group, and he was trying to solicit after the deed has been done that what can I do to help the person when the deed has been done. It is the work of you group leader to coordinate the members of your group. By now you should have known them face by face, name for name. After all, some of you are not in class yesterday. I could pick some people and try to contact them. Why are you not in class? Even though she still helped me when I asked her why she was not in class today. She was like, she doesn't have any excuse, this and this. She knows that if she give me any excuse, it will not be acceptable. But at least, what's the meaning? Maybe I should ask. I always see people doing this. What? Please? Owambe. What's the meaning of Owambe? Wait. Honestly, I'm very sincere. I don't know the meaning. I'm very sincere. Let me call neutral person. Some income. We don't know.
different meaning. And if I give to the lady, that's a different meaning also. Also, like I'm peace out. That's
One now. Do you know what you've achieved in the last 5 minutes? At least everybody smiled. So that's a way of managing stress. And lastly, I said in the morning, like I observed that there cannot be rain today. Wait now, I had some people talking behind me. You know what I did immediately? I picked my phone, I called. Rain did not fall in my area. And if you want to confirm, you can follow me to my house. Have a good night's rest.